Hey paisanos, welcome to the final day of Super Festival 2024. We've reached the final day, the final boss of this week-long festival, and I can't believe it. There's been so many amazing games and talks that it's hard to believe that it's almost over. Thank you to everyone who's come to support Super Festival through its talks, games, and events all week. And thank you to everyone who came to last night's Hand-Eye Society Ball. Today we have the final 4 talks of Super Festival 2024, and trust me, you're going to want to strap in for these ones. Be sure to check out the Super Festival website to see all the games, creators, and speakers featured this year. And don't worry, if you missed a talk, they'll all be permanently archived on Twitch, so you can watch them whenever you want. Additionally, don't forget that the Hand-Eye Society is doing events all throughout the year, so be sure to check our website periodically, and if you want to stay in touch with what's going on in the community, sign up for our newsletter, join our Discord, or follow us on our social media. If you like Super Festival and what the Hand-Eye Society does, consider donating or joining as a paid member to help support our activities for the game community, including next year's Super Festival. We also run online workshops that you can attend from anywhere in the world. Whether you want to learn how to make games, get money to make games, run a pro live stream just like this one, or anything else that a game developer ought to know, you're welcome to register for our workshop and come learn with us. No experience required. Our online workshop offerings are always growing and evolving, so keep a hand and an eye on our Eventbrite page. And if you're watching this on Twitch while you're out and about, don't forget to check out our Torontrons before they're gone. And of course, a big shout out to the sponsors that made Super Festival 2024 possible. So thank you to Ontario Creates, the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, the Toronto Arts Council, the Ontario Arts Council, and the Canada Council for the Arts, as well as our studio sponsors Clever Endeavor and Stella Maris. Thank you so much for your support. This is it, everyone. Let's jump into the final day of Super Festival 2024 talks. Enjoy.
Believe me, go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we want and we can do it all straight. We ain't stopping, believe me, go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we want and we can do it all straight. No sweat, all straight.
Inside every creator lies a guiding star, a unique vision waiting to illuminate the world. At Stella Maris, we're not just a partner, we're your compass. With tailored mentorship, essential tools, and unwavering support, we nurture your brilliance. Discover your path, unleash your creativity, and let your star shine brightly.
Let's just go for a mullet. You know, and that looks great, honestly. Good job. You look great. Next. Okay, we got some of these. What the hell does this do? Oh, okay, curls it. Oh, that's great. We got one of these guys. That just kind of blows it around, I guess. All right. Oh, goodbye. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay, we're gonna have to. You just clean some of this up. Honestly, not sure if we're gonna get that fixed. Probably best to just cut off a bunch of it, I think. Oh god, the hair is getting everywhere. It's all over my shop. Ugh. Okay, well, let's shave you kind of just on one side and, yeah, just everywhere. Okay, get out of here. Really gotta figure out how to turn these off. Ultra clutch hair cement. Okay, here you are. Let's curl left side, some colors. Good enough. Next! What's it gonna be this time? You have too much hair. We can...
know what I want to do?
What? What do you think it would be about?
If they made our lives a movie, it would be boring.
刺火武汉火车票一张。
我要去武汉，我他妈也得先把你带了。
武汉只让进不让出，现在。武汉不进也不能进了，你们俩这往这边。辣呢？辣呢？
Hello, how are you? Hey, it's you. I'm saying hi to you. Can you see me? I'm over here, on the left side of the screen. Oh, you want to interview me? Okay. Well, my daily job is just waiting here. Boring? Maybe a little bit. Oh, what, my dream? To go to Coney Island. I wanted to go to the beach, enjoy my vacation life. I've always wanted to know what swimming feels like. It must be different from getting drenched in the rain, right? But I know I can never get there. I'm just a trash can. I think I might spend my whole life here on 363 Lafayette Street. Huh? Is this a balloon? How did you know that yellow is my favorite color? Thank you. Hey, come back. Wait, I'm not done yet. Wait, come back. Wait a second. I feel something different. I feel like my body's getting lighter. Wait, am I finally going to Coney Island?
Believe me, go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we want and we can do it all straight. We ain't stopping, believe me, go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we want and we can do it all straight. No sweat, all straight.
Inside every creator lies a guiding star, a unique vision waiting to illuminate the world. At Stella Maris, we're not just a partner, we're your compass. With tailored mentorship, essential tools, and unwavering support, we nurture your brilliance. Discover your path, unleash your creativity, and let your star shine brightly.
Hello, welcome to this talk about bridging traditional painting and video game art.
And today we'll be talking about our journey from creating and leaving an artistic video game, and we'll be sharing our insights of creating an artistic game made by hand, frame by frame, and also if you're curious about the process of creating a artistic video game using traditional medium, and you want to start on it or you're already working on it, the talk hopefully will be helpful for you. And we're going to share the art process,
the technical stuff.
The technical stuff as well.
So we'll be talking about some technical aspects and challenges which will reflect on our experience. So not everything we're going to say is going to fit your project, but we surely hope that it will encourage you.
Because it's all about the mindset, right?
And you need a very strong mindset.
Okay.
All right, so
Orangutan Matter, that's our studio. Orangutan Matter, where we made
all of it was made here. Art was there on that table. And we're based in Toronto. We started in 2021.
Orangutan Matter Studio, our mission is to make artistic games and to explore the boundaries of artistic expressions, and we believe games is an artistic medium, and it can an emotion is the birthplace of the art and the gameplay.
And who we are, my name is Saif Jabbar. I'm the technical lead and co-creator of Our Leaving.
Yes, and we are wife and husband as well, and I'm Sura Kamawi, and I'm the art director here at Orangutan Matter. And also, this is the core team for us, but also we collaborated with many others. If you're curious about them, you can just visit aliving.com crafters where you can see more. So leaving. It's a journey through a child's eye, and it's a game that's made frame by frame, painted by hand, and also it's a puzzle platformer.
So here's a quick trailer for those who haven't seen Our Leaving, just to give you an idea what we'll be talking about.
So why we chose traditional arts in video games? That's a question that we will answer throughout the presentation, but mostly it's really exploring the boundaries of the artistic expression in video games. and also.
And it's also a very challenging thing to translate physical art into a digital medium like games, which is not done that often in the medium. And we also want to go the extra mile by implementing the digital or the physical art in every aspect of this game.
And even like the effects and
everything
things.
like water bubbles,
even the UI,
cotton buds.
Yeah. We're obviously, you can see we're very passionate about what we do, and we really want to share that with you. Another thing with why we chose the traditional art in video games is just really to capture the raw emotions, and also to capture the story we're talking about. Like in case of Unleaving, it's like the theme is really control and letting go of control, and because we live in a world where it's dictated by control, and you feel like there's like less and less space for you to be vulnerable, to be yourself, and we felt like traditional art is a good is the medium to go.
Yeah, we think this type of traditional art is kind of the antithesis to control. It's about appreciating chaos. Chaos is beautiful in Impressionism, and it is a good medium that we think is going to deliver a better human story.
As you can see, there are like thousands of paintings and drawings that were implemented into the game, and it's not an easy process, but definitely it's absolutely worth it. It's really rewarding. Here, where we share our journey, we're talking about like something we've experienced. This is the insights for it. Everyone, can do games for a different purpose. For us, it was the main reason just to express a story and just to push the boundaries of the artistic expression in video games using the traditional medium.
Right, so what is a game?
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody played a game, but it's a medium like books and movies, but there's player agency involved.
Yes.
And obviously different games have different player agencies. Some give the player full control, some kind of, they call them walk-in simulators, as in kind of unfold the story as you go along. Yeah. And also it's a form of artistic expression that we hope we can contribute to as artists. And it's not as old as the film industry. Obviously it's maturing over time. And
yes, so definitely, I think everyone can see the games differently. But the perspective we're coming from today is to talk about game as an artistic medium. And we can talk about games as an artistic medium without having some comparison to the movies industry. And movies industry came a long way. For us as medium, video games as a medium, as artistic medium, is really maturing a lot for the last, especially like 20 years. And as it's maturing, also the developers, we are maturing as well, and we're learning a lot.
Okay, so speaking about games being art.
Yeah, so we mentioned that like we compare ourselves to the movies, and movies, it's a medium that matured a lot. And it's interesting that we put two quotes, because there's like a famous quote about like video games are not being challenged as a form of art by Roger Ebert, which is like video games can never be art. And there's so many talks about that. But also interesting.
He did actually regret that later.
But also the movies as well. Like it's the cinema when it first started. It was the same thing that some said like there's no future for cinema, and it's specifically as an artistic medium. So in relatively speaking, like video games is still very new and maturing, and it's really progressed a lot in terms of artistic expression. So in essence, it's good just to have a context like where we are and in terms of how far we came, and also just to encourage you that there is so much to explore. Just not long ago, about 3 years ago or so, there was a movie that was released just released. It's called Love and Vincent. It was composed of 65,000 painted frames. So the movie industry is still like changing in the artistic expressions, and also so as video games. So it's so much needed. There's so much to do in video games. There's so much we can do in terms of bringing the traditional medium to video games. So yeah, visual storytelling and emotional impact. This is a very important aspect of why we chose traditional medium. But as you can see, this is one of the concepts for creating one of the later scenes. And believe art is a narrative tool, and the reason being, like, art is a narrative tool, that means you can just rely on the colors, the symbols, so many elements in the composition to tell the story rather than you spell out the story. And also that brings another aspect of another aspect, which is like the freedom for the player to interpret the story the way they want to see it. You go to an art gallery, for example, and you just look at the paintings and pictures, and then the way you there's like a small title, and then you're given the freedom as if you were to interpret it the way that you see it, how you relate to it. And that's something that we feel is there with traditional medium and physically exists, like, because every brushstroke, every color, like even the choice of the brush is intentional to capture certain emotion. So that's why, like, we believe art is a narrative tool, and that's something that we really wanted to explore.
Yeah, and I mean, in traditional art, you have these happy accidents, which kind of sometimes you can say, "Wow, this gave me a feeling I didn't, I couldn't plan to do that beforehand." So it is a very nurturing process that we adopted, and we kind of, in many phases of development, we didn't really have a concrete plan. We kind of like said, okay, let's experiment and see how it's going.
And that's coming with the creative process. And also with the point about empathy, I feel like we're constantly trying to understand the human brain, the human condition, and these stories that we, especially like indie developers, that are trying to bring, is just like to gain more. Their stories really just to tell something and to bring perspective. And the more we're exposed to more of these stories, the more like anyone can have more empathy. And through this art, through this artistic expression.
Yeah, we indie developers, we pride ourselves that we're brave enough to dare to try new things, unlike pre-planned and big corporations. So this is something that we really pride ourselves at, kind of trying new things.
Yeah, and that always brings us to the next point about trying and tapping into vulnerability when you're just exploring something that's unknown. Yeah, so just talking about defining the vision for Unleaving. Just right from the start, we had a vision, and usually with any vision, like, you need to have parameters around what you're gonna do, because you can only explore with a certain amount of time, certain amount of resources. So for us from the start, like with Unleaving, we have kind of, this is like give or take most of the points, starting from every frame has to be a painting.
Which is a grueling task, and the scope was definitely large. So we kind of decided that nothing digital will go in. Everything has to physically exist in the world before it goes into the game.
Yeah, physically exists actually was created in this room, or like with other collaborators as well.
We felt very strongly about the visuals being very tangible. I think from our point of view that a story narrated that way, it's very relatable. It could immerse itself into visuals like that.
Yeah, and also the other point is, like, because we in Unleaving relied a lot on the atmosphere and to tell the story. So that was a reason, a choice why the character we decided to be Cypher. So it's a little bit like
in gameplay, a Cypher character is basically a character that has no strong involvement into the story. It's basically a delivery device for the player's agency. So it's like a gameplay character, that's all.
Yeah.
And we believe strongly that the strongest emotions can be derived from the environment, from the art surrounding the player. So the environment will react and transform according to the narrative, rather than the player or the character itself.
Yeah, and that's the same. At the same time, it's up to the player to interpret the story and how they see it. So that's another thing that we wanted to bring to the gameplay. And we can talk about puzzles.
Puzzles themselves. So most of the puzzle platformers, they follow the A, then B, then you combine A, B, then you have a twist with C, and then you kind of keep challenging the player that way. It's a very progressive type of game design, and we thought to approach it a bit differently. We inverted the pyramid and thought, okay, we start with the narrative and emotions first, and we had like lots of puzzle ideas. Let's see how we can integrate it into the fabric of the story rather than, I'm going from A to B to C and so on. So the puzzles themselves, they sometimes actually provoke an emotion or tell a part of the story.
Yeah, but also at this point, like if you're working on a game, it's important just to have pillars, because there's a lot to experiment with, and just having some idea about what pillars you have, then it will just give you just more room to experiment with them. So bring us to the next point, breathing paintings. So in Unleaving, there's like certain moments when one painting just completely transformed to another one. It's key moments, like right after like a puzzle that the player would solve, and then something will happen, trigger it, and then it just change it.
So we call this painting animation. This is something we want to call it.
Also breathing paintings.
Yeah, breathing painting animation. Most of the game have looping animation, so like pieces of the ground or the background kind of keep sort of changing, so it gives you that subtle liveness or breathing painting, hence the breathing painting. So we're going to talk about this a bit more later. For the synergy of art and music, we thought to give the art more room to express the story. So the music implementation was a bit minimalistic. However, at the proper moments, the music was very powerful. And like the art, we wanted less digital, so we looked into string music. We found this amazing musician called Alicia Enstrom. She plays the violin, and hence the compositions came into Unleaving, and they were really happy with how it translated.
Yeah, we can maybe talk a little bit later about the music integration.
Sure.
So,
okay, so now the nitty-gritty and creative process.
Getting more technical with time.
Yeah.
So like as a start, when we had the first idea about what we're going to do, we have this prototype which was tested in EGX London Rest.
Rest in peace. The event is not. It's not there anymore.
So the prototype was a little bit more like simple, but you can see like with time it just really matured a lot in terms of the like keeping some color. You can see like some of the blue, the green is still there. Some of the the pencil art is still there. The character has the same angular face. We kept a lot of the main like the vibes that you get, the mood, but also like we matured in expressing the colors, the integration of the puzzle element with the atmosphere and with the pencil art as well. So how we get there.
Okay, let's go. So I think this is more you.
So I think it's just the mind getting into that mindset that the creative process is a process of surrender, not control. Like the more we want to have control over the process, the more kind of the outcome wouldn't be satisfying, but the more kind of let go of control and just be open to experimenting and to hear the players' feedback, to just try new things, the more you feel like there is this energy of creativity that comes, and then expresses what the medium can do, to tell a story.
I think most artists and illustrators think that way. They would like the freedom to express themselves. So full disclosure, when we started developing, prior to that, we're looking for artists. And a lot of artists, when I say, I have this project, I want to do this, this type of art, and they say, yeah, I'm really interested, and say, it's a game, and they go, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Because the gaming medium is a very restricted medium, and artists who encountered that experience, some loved it. Some artists with a design background, they can work with that technical part of it. So keeping that in mind, most traditional artists, they don't have this design background, and it's very difficult to work in a box, basically, a restricted box like the gaming development.
But also, I have to say, at the same time, the way we reach out to artists was a little bit different. It's not like we put an ad out there and artists were coming to us.
We're poaching.
It was the opposite way. We did not put an ad and then artists came to us. It was the opposite. Because it's a very specific combination of mediums. So we really targeted artists specifically who are working with mixed media, where they can just combine different mediums together to create something very, very unique, because we have this atmospheric, hand-painted background with a very precise element for the puzzle elements. So it was us reaching out to specific artists, and then the feedback, with so many of them, they're like, if they're traditional, they're not interested to work in a video game. So sometimes we just say it's like an interactive project.
But you have to be transparent.
Eventually we work with the right people who are very open to grow with the process.
So capturing, this was one of the hardest elements to conquer, because this has lots of phases to it. So first of all, what lighting you're going to use, and different light sources like LED, sunlight, fluorescent light, all of these, they have different vibration, different frequencies, different intensities, and even different devices. Even if they have exactly the same lighting specification, they can sometimes give you different hues and colors when you scan them. So it's very important when you decide to, you have a certain color palette. In our case was mainly green and red. You have to make sure that you scan it using all the different devices you're testing, and see how it looks, because the one thing you don't want after scanning is post-processing, especially if you have a high input of art, like we scan thousands basically. So you want basically to scan and that's it. You don't want to do much in post-processing. You just want to clean it a bit and that's it.
At least that was our vision. We didn't want to do a lot of really minimal digital editing. There was barely any. But again, about capturing also, you're not just making a short movie or some small experience. You're using traditional medium to make a video game. So in a video game, that means that you make the whole world to be consistent, and the use of color has to be very, very consistent, and definitely capturing, sometimes we use one image and capture it in one scanner, then you scan it in another scanner, and we'll just get completely different results. So from the get-go, we had to just keep checking until we arrived at a certain scanner, which is behind us. It's called stand-up scanner. It's
an overhead scanner.
It's a combination with you see here. That was very early days.
We didn't end up using the camera.
But we used a little bit, but not much. But it's mostly overhead scanner, and also the bed scanner as well.
The bed scanner was mostly for graphite, or
graphite pencil art.
Where the contrast is important, because obviously most of flatbed scanners, they flatten the image, and they work best when there's a high contrast. Obviously, I'm talking about medium range scanners. Obviously, can invest in very expensive ones. But for the acrylic art, we needed something that offers the freedom to paint and scan. So we tried first with the camera, and then obviously cannot wait for the acrylic to dry up and then put it in a flatbed scanner. You need something overhead. But the problem with the camera, it's very difficult to light the setup.
Means you need artificial as well.
Yeah, you need a constant source of lighting. You need it to be in a black box, and a lot of things could go wrong. And this basically, if you develop a workstation that has this type of setup, so an overhead camera, a constant light, everything has to be calibrated to perfection, and then you can start working. In our case, we did not really know when we started the sizes we were going to deal with.
I think it's just because because it's a video game. It's not like we were able to work only on like a small paper. For example, and you'll see it coming up in one of the pictures. Like sometimes we had to stitch like together images, and they were like really long. Yeah. So we could not like have a very contained space. We just needed to have the freedom to work around the room.
So flexibility.
But also another thing is for me when I did a lot of the paintings, I wanted the freedom to work under the daylight. I felt a little bit restricted working under. Let's say in a very contained space with artificial lights. I just wanted to have the sunlight and take advantage of it.
So so basically in our case, obviously we know for bigger productions, the workstation setup with a camera, constant lighting source works fantastically well. In our case, because we value flexibility over that, we needed to look for other options. So hence the overhead scanner. There are so many brands out there. We basically tested, I think, 12, and we checked the color accuracy and so on. Then we decided on one, and you have to look for ones that have their own light. They project their light. They have a good software that composite or they stitch things together, and it's basically something that depends totally on your project.
Yeah, and also like if it's not a medium that required because we did the painting animation as well, where we morphed some of the images as we captured them. That's why like a flatbed scanner was not.
No, because you can't wait for the acrylic to dry up. You need to scan, paint, and you basically have to give the artist the freedom to retain that flow. And basically not think about, I'm going to have to scan and so on, just click a button. Yeah. So these are all things you have to think about when you do capturing. Also, the problem with overhead scanners, they are not very high res. So put that in mind. Our maximum resolution is A3.
I think it depends on
page A3. Well, and I'm giving a very rough rule here, but you want to produce a movie, high resolution, you need a workstation in most cases. Yeah. And here's to show that we didn't shy away from wrinkles or creases. We thought to showcase the power of the traditional medium. We showcase the brush strokes, we showcase those little lines and creases, because we wanted to say this is traditional art. It exists out there in the physical world, and you're experiencing it on the screen here. Okay, so compositing. That's another beast to conquer. Yeah. And
but I'd just like to back up a little bit.
Sure.
I think it just it really depends on the game that you're making, because some games, I think with point and click.
So more like level-based games. Our game was more like a whole journey.
And that's something like we discovered a little bit later because it's a linear game where everything is connected. Like here, and you can see number of backgrounds there here in this image, and then next to it there is a screenshot. You're seeing seamless integration of the background. This is not one big background. This is actually a combination. And you can see in one of the sides, it has a little bit of a small paper, just an extension to finish it. So literally, this is how we make the game. It's just because it's linear, because you can just go from one point to another point. Then we just wanted to show that we barely touch anything. If I need to change anything in any scene, if it changes, then I have to go back to the actual background, stick them next to each other, and then work and just physically paint it.
Yeah, so it was very important from the get-go is that you build the level and you play it, test it, you make sure it plays nicely, and you have a very small buffer of error because then I go to you and say, paint these backgrounds, these are the dimensions, I need them to stitch that way. And then you finish your work and suddenly I come the next week and say, I needed to repeat it because if you have a large margin of error, then you can't really stitch two different paintings with totally different color palette, then it just doesn't work. So it was very difficult to have this discipline to make sure that you test with no visuals. It's called gray boxing in development, and make sure it's fun to play, and then you imagine how it's going to look like with the art before you actually do it. In digital art is much easier to do that process because
it's still difficult. But I guess with the traditional art is very obviously it's a very time consuming. You need a lot of resources to change it. But then again, like learning to pre-plan and then. You
have to be very disciplined and make sure you pre-plan. Yeah. So we tried the compositing, stitching different paintings together. We also tried to, in this case, we basically had the whole level. That was
actually early. Yeah. We had to revisit. Like let's say if we moved from one level to another level, then we learned something and we changed something in the color. Then sometimes we had to revisit the previous level and just redo it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In this case, we had the whole. This was almost like 4 levels, and we thought, let's try. I kind of outline, the entire thing, and then make this huge painting. Maybe it's gonna spare us time, but. No, they didn't. This went into the game, don't get me wrong.
It actually went to production,
I was going to say,
this one went to production.
But it wasn't the way forward. You want flexibility, you want to minimize the margin of error by putting a buffer, and make sure to have this flexibility of tiles, so you kind of playing Lego, really, just stitching squares together.
So the reason why, let's say, with this example, why we use this image, but not all of it, because you can see it's extended, it's just because with playtesting, we were playtesting it, and then the players were not able to, they complained that they had to go back. This is exactly the hill. They had to go back to just grab something, and then they said it's too long, so they said they wanted shorter, shorter to distance to walk. So what happened? We had to cut this into a half because they just didn't want to go back.
Yeah, because I increased the slope of the hill.
So increase the slope, and then
things didn't work.
And then in that case, now we don't need a whole area, and then that's when. Again, we learned that we had to play test a lot sometimes before we can, make the art completely finished. And also there's this mindset of just being open and agile and just keep changing.
Even if you do have a good group of playtesters, a lot of the times when you release a demo to basically get a wider range of results, then you suddenly get different results from your play group. So definitely flexibility is paramount. You have to make sure you have a system that you can adjust things as you go along.
Yeah.
Okay, so breaking it down. What you've seen so far are the backgrounds. These were our powerful expression parts of leaving. As the backgrounds, they were looping and breathing, sometimes the transition to a completely different one. But what about the nitty-gritty? What about the grounds and the interactables?
And
obviously those, and especially in a platformer, they have to be very precise. You got to see where you walk in. You got to know exactly what you're interacting with, and if you don't, that breaks the whole immersion of the gameplay. So that didn't take a lot of experimentation. We did know pretty quickly that we needed to break it down to little pieces.
Yeah, but I think it's the bit that was a little bit challenging that we as you can see, there's like tiles, the white tiles, and in some cases we animated these tiles. So we made like the same tile, just it has different the same
brush strokes.
I added a little bit more brush strokes, and it was difficult to just stitch them next to each other. So we had to think about a way to think of a very working process, how we can make this work. And then we just we have like a margin of not touching the edges and only changing anything in the middle. So that's one thing that we learned to break it down.
If you have basically tiles that are flexible, they don't belong to a certain world, they're generic, then you need to make sure to tell the artist that, oh, the edges don't put a lot of details, as they have to kind of fade into each other. And in some cases, some of the tiles, like Sura said, they were animating, so they had different frames. And obviously, I had to make sure that, don't put a brush stroke on the edges.
Yeah.
That's gonna, yeah.
Another thing here, we thought about from the start. We wanted the painting or the composition just or the player walks to be accessible, like not like to make it completely like we tried at least our best to make it very accessible, to make it
for the
visually impaired people, like they can just at least they can see a contrast. So the reason, like let's say now you can see huge contrast between the ground and the background is just so you can at least, if you look at it, there is a huge contrast, and that's a rule we follow throughout the game, that we try our best just to be mindful of how we develop things, how we color things. We use always the contrast rule, just there's some level of contrast, then the player can help them just to
Yeah, this adds another level of difficulty. Obviously, in the gaming world or game design, this is extremely important for the gameplay. You got to see where you're walking.
Yeah.
So that's why it was very important from the get-go that what you scan has to be similar to the painting in terms of colors, because you don't want to fiddle too much in post-processing. Okay, so this is more in detail. You can see the tiles and the Unity engine. And you can see in the animation here that the tiles are animating, just to give that subtle aliveness to it. And the picture on your right is basically a concept to test the contrast between the ground and the background. And
that picture as well is from Van Gogh. It's like a painting, so
most of his paintings are
but also like especially at the start of the game, where there is this nice contrast between the yellow and the blue. It's a very Van Gogh inspired feeling, and you can see there also the feeling, the atmospheric feeling, it's there, but not necessarily in everything. Like you can see, for example, the cicada, the way it was done circular, also it was inspired by that.
Yeah. Just to wrap things up, when you are making your design document, you gotta know exactly what you're expecting, what type of worlds you're building, and then make a huge map of everything, bushes, trees, ground, and then obviously get to work. So that's it.
Okay, so now moving on to another aspect
which is one of the most important ones.
Yeah, one of the most important pillars in a living, especially in the artistic aspect, is the painting animation. As you can see here, we have a scene where it's like there's a certain color, the phthalo green sky, and then there's a dramatic moment. The player is doing something, and then that's the response, that's the feedback that we want to give to the player, that yes, you did something and then this happened. So it's really important to just to create that feeling, that to give the player the feedback. At the same time, we wanted to use the background to tell the story, to tell a part of the story. So here, just some tiles just to show you that some painting were completely changed to another painting by using this technique. It's called painting animation, which is where you have physically one painting and then you add brush strokes to it in a transforming way, and then it will transform to another shape. And that's why one of the reasons we could not have like a flatbed scanner. We had to use like a scanner that can overlook, because we just kept adding brush strokes as you progress.
Yeah, so this was a dramatic moment, obviously, in the game, but a lot of parts of the game where we had loop-in ones, so lots of different frames of the same painting sort of morphing and changing and just looking alive that way. Similar to the ground animations we mentioned before, but those were stop motion animation. This one is more like they fade into each other to give that smoothness. And we also experimented with glass as well.
Yeah, we experimented with glass, for bringing traditional painting to a game. It's really, you can be as ambitious as you like. You can just really do anything. And I think this is one of the things that really a lot of players, they just really felt so connected to it. That validates that there's more and more players, they want that, they really like it. And when we tested it at the beginning, we were not sure how to do it, and there was a lot of questions and all of it, and we were hoping that we could just make it work in a way. But then when it worked, it was really absolutely worth all the effort. And I just want to mention that one of the first painting animation we ever did, in Leaving, it took 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
That was testing. Lots of it was
testing. One scene, which is at the beginning, where there was wind and it just changes from one color to another. That took 3 months. Not working every day, but it was consultation with other artists. It was back and forth. It was play testing. It was a really difficult process just to do it. And so many times I felt like maybe this is not going to work. And also the implementation, it was very difficult.
So you basically, when you start a project, you want to know how far you can push it. And then when you get to a point, say, no, that's it, then you back off a little bit and then make sure that the process is within your scope. Then you can go into production. So that's the 3 months was testing how detailed it has to be, how many frames we have to do within our small team, and then from there it was more the process started to mature, and it was a bit easier, not much easier, but it was a bit easier afterwards. And this is the actual painting,
Yeah, from what we've seen.
This is the one
that was captured. One moment that was captured from making it. Yeah.
Okay, so design. So
the game design.
So like I mentioned before you implement the arts, especially before you do the physical integration and before the artists start doing their work, you have to make sure that there's a minimal error buffer, which means everything is already planned and tested. And in many games, that's called gray boxing. So that same beautiful scene looked like that. So we tested it.
Yeah.
Looks all right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it this beautiful scene. It was when at the beginning it looked very great, but then when we converted it, it is probably, definitely it's thousands of pieces, so many pieces meshed together because it's connected to another one, and also there is zooming in, zooming out.
Yeah.
When there's zooming in, zooming out, then you have to just cater for both. You have just to make sure that all the details are there, and you have to also, another thing, you have to think about level design rules. In this case, like having a very clear goal, having consistent world, and the interactive, they have to be, they have the same language. There's so many things to think about.
Yeah, like Sura said with the resolution, so one of the other things, you have to make sure to know the journey of the camera, how much is zooming in and out, because if it zooms in and you have a low resolution scanned in, then it's going to look awful. So all of these, you have to make sure you know it beforehand, and then once you scan it, you have to reduce the resolution, because if you have a huge picture into the game, then it's going to stutter because the memory grows too big.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of
Thinking
these.
about that. But at the same time, like it's not once you have the process, once you've done the process once, everything else will be okay. That's why we focus on the creative process, just to show that once you have a process, then everything else will just be accelerating, because it's just that one time you need to make things work, and after that things will just flow and it'll be easier. You'll get into hiccups and stuff, but that the first part is the part that you definitely need to get right. And that's why we're hoping that, sharing these insights, challenges, and how we overcome them can help in a way.
The hardest part is to know when you're asking the right questions, because you don't want to waste time answering the wrong questions. And once you have a process, then it's just you get to it and you do it within your scope.
Yeah.
Okay, that's so bringing it all together. So we talked about, breaking it down. These are the elements there. You can see like the world is made of small pieces.
Yeah, so we talked about, like we covered how to capture and how to stitch together backgrounds, and what else we talked about?
A lot of things, capturing.
And capture, yeah. And then here we're just kind of trying to bring it to you in Unity, just to think about what we talked about with our traditional medium. There's pieces of it. There's, you put the background, you put the pencil elements, and then in Unity you can see like a nice breakdown of how things come together.
So lots of games, they use post-processing and VFX, so just to bring that aliveness, which means you add extra light and you add shadows here, and then you add some fog and blah, blah, blah. But we wanted to keep it real. It's what you see is what you get. So
yeah, a little bit real, and like every game is different. Every game has a different style.
But this is the approach we
but obviously, like if you want to add fog, it's your style. Go for it, whatever like speaks the language you want to do. But here with Unleaving, we just want to really, the focus was to keep things raw and to keep so the player can feel the emotion, the vulnerability, and we really left so many things like untouched on purpose and imperfect, just to bring that element of elevating the storytelling and what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, we think that for any narrative experience, that the most powerful part of it are the blanks, is to allow the audience or the player to fill in the blanks themselves, and that's how you kind of get the biggest emotional response from the story.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So as we said in the beginning, that we were set to this challenge of making a game where every frame is a painting, and with Unleaving, this is one of the frames, and it's just really rewarding to see what we set ourselves to is working in a way that you can have it looks like a proper composition, but also it depends on the player how they're going to connect to it. We can only do our best, and the rest is with the players.
Yeah, one of the first inspirations was a game called ICO, or is it ECO? And that game popularized the subtractive design principle, as in if something is not important for your story or your gameplay, then it doesn't have to be there. So most of the renowned chefs, they rely on this principle, is that simplicity. That's what matters. So that what allowed us to create our vision and also deliver the story we want without focusing too much on the little details in some cases.
Yeah. I guess this is a very important one. We already mentioned it, but we just want to emphasize that the art of receiving feedback, and it's really, you can say it's a form of art. It's just really listening to the players, really listening to your audience and what they think. We change things so many times just so it can resonate more and more with players. But also at the same time, you have to be staying true to your vision. And when you create a game, it's only can resonate with a certain amount of people. The more, the better, obviously. But you have to stick to your vision. Otherwise, you're just going to make something that's beige, as they say, and doesn't stand out. Sticking to your vision with a combination of listening to the players to elevate the emotions that you're trying to tell.
Listen, but you cannot please everyone at the end of the day. And you are the creator, it's your vision, and you have to, if something feels really right and it feels you, then stick to it. And also, as you can see here, this is from PAX, isn't it? And,
PAX East, Boston. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we got lots of feedback. That was amazing. So if you find events where you have lots of players in one go, you'll get amazing feedback that way. At the end of the day, don't think you have all the time in the world. Set yourself a timeline, because when you have a timeline, you'll suddenly notice that you are changing things in the right way. If you think you have all the time in the world, then you start wasting time on a lot of ineffective aspects of your development.
Limitation is actually a blessing sometimes in creativity, because limitation can just bring you bring more innovation.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so here's a photo of myself. Saif took that photo, and in that exact moment, we both remember it so vividly, because that was the conception of an idea of a video game. We're both looking at the bridge and the reflection in the water, and Saif was thinking, and then there was a train passing by and it's moving, and just the reflection was in the water.
And then I thought, wow, this could be a good puzzle. But yeah, so that was in the game.
Here it is.
Here it is. This is actually when we told the graphite artist about this tour, we gave him many pictures of the Knaresborough Bridge. And this is almost an accurate reflection of it.
But we destroyed it in the video games.
Yeah.
a little bit.
a little
bit abandoned.
So like many artists, one of them is the great Hayao Miyazaki. He goes out, takes pictures, get inspired, and I think the best for an experience to make it grounded and relatable is to get inspired by the real world.
The real world around us, we usually take it for granted, but there is so much that we can pay attention to. Really hope that you find this talk inspiring, and if you, or just hopefully that some of the insights helped you. If you have any feedback, and you can just, or if you have any questions, just feel free to drop us a line at hello@orangutanmatter.com, and we're happy just to share with you.
Thank you for listening, and you have a great day.
In this corner, Punch Facer, and in this corner, Tim.
And it's over! Sorry, folks, but the only rule is kill here at Blood Dome 99! Use this gun! Use more guns! Use whatever this is! Use guns to shoot the infinite ineffable mystery of our own spiral galaxy! Earn more money so you can spend more money on more upgrades, or weapons, or arenas, or Tenable Dog! But don't spend too much! You still have to buy your freedom! Enter the Blood Dome, choose your weapon, and fight to escape the future of 1999! Available now in early access. The big gun. What's she gonna? Yeah. What's she gonna do? The big gun. What's she gonna? Yeah. What's she gonna do? The big gun. Where's she gonna? Yeah. Where's she gonna go? The big gun. Where's she gonna? Where's she gonna go? Alice mom is in trouble with a really bad guy. Ricky's gotta have his money and her purse was dry. So Alice taking grip lessons from a guy named Ted. And she's skipping out of bed, kid. adventure instead.
So get ready for adventure and see Allie pull off.
The big con.
Give me my money.
Yeah.
Give me my bank.
The big con.
Give me my money.
Yeah.
Give me my bank. Step one, Allie, test those skills. Pickpocketing is tricky, but she gotta get those bills. If Ted thinks she can handle it, I'll bring her along. He's got a job in Las Vegas.
And what could go wrong?
So get ready for adventure and see Allie pull off. Talking, sneaking, hustling away to the end. Allie's got what it takes. Faking, disguising, joking, cross the country with Ted till he raises the stakes. Till he raises the stakes. Hop a train, cause over the law. Get the cash to save the video store. Find a payphone, check in on your mom. Get the cash to save the video store. Get the cash to save the video store. Get the cash, save the video store. So get ready for adventure and see Allie pull off.
The big con.
Hootin' doo-ah.
The big con.
Hello everyone, welcome to Production Tools to look after you and your games. Hello everyone. So this is a workshop by myself, Charlotte Pang, and today we're going to hop into some things that you can look at when you are being a producer, making small projects like game jams, and some of the things that you can do just to make sure you're taking care of yourself and some of the processes around that. So let's hop on right into it. Firstly, we're going to have a little introduction for me. So hello, I'm Charlotte, and I'm a producer, 2D animator, and artist. I'm a huge fan of facilitating meetings and retrospectives. I think as I've grown as a producer, this is the place that I've really found my stride in. I really loved kind of the people side of producing, and it is such a joy every time I get to do a retrospective. It's so lovely. I got started being a producer at Code Coven's game developer program in 2022, and they were really instrumental in teaching me a lot of the foundations of being a producer. I think they were the first people that taught me about things like retrospectives, and I haven't looked back since. It's been amazing. And I really wanted to acknowledge that as a producer and a 2D animation artist, I'm still learning lots, and there's still a lot of things to know, and I don't know everything, so take from this what you will and see what is useful. But you can see above my little portrait that I'm a part of Chirashi Games, Team Gramps, and Queen's Guard, and we're all working on lovely little indie games, and it's always been such a pleasure working with them. Firstly, we're going to talk a little bit about what is a producer? What is a producer? What a great question. And unfortunately, the answer is it really varies. So a producer, in general, the tasks and roles and responsibilities associated with producer can really change depending on the workplace. In general, you may see roles kind of like admin and scheduling. You may have a lot of tasks related to roadmaps, so looking at the future, trying to figure out what tasks fit where and what the trajectory of the project looks like. So in general, overseeing the project. That might also look like managing people. That might look like checking in with people, running meetings, facilitating meetings. And you may also have to do a bit of budget management. That may also look like looking for funding, looking for grants, potentially chatting to stakeholders. Oh my goodness. Talking to people that may be interested in your project and pitching your game. That might fall under a producer umbrella as well. In general, though, I think the main thing is, as a producer, is that you are making sure that everyone is comfortably getting things done. And this also includes yourself. So when you are outlining your role as a producer, if you're joining a game jam, or even for yourself when you're making a creative project, it's really important to outline exactly what responsibilities you are working on. And making sure that you're not super overloaded with too many of these things, and making sure that you're doing things that you also enjoy. So yeah, definitely look at what you want to do when you're a producer, and make sure that your responsibilities are very clear, because sometimes a producer's role can be so varied that it means that you're just doing everything, and that isn't true at all. You shouldn't be doing absolutely everything as a producer. What are some of the skills a producer might have or want to develop? In general, people skills is a huge part of being a producer. Communicating with people, understanding what kind of bandwidth they have, kind of taking into account their life is basically what people skills is. And that may also fall into people management as well. Some of the skills you might want to develop or you already have is facilitating. So a lot of times producers will be running meetings, and that may look like check-ins at the beginning of the week, smaller check-ins at the end of the week, midweek check-ins maybe. So a producer is here to potentially bring the energy if that is what the team needs, or it may also be acknowledging that this week is kind of low energy and being with the team on that, and being understanding that, oh, it's winter time, we're all just feeling very low energy, and that's okay. That is completely okay. Sometimes it's okay to acknowledge that the whole team is not feeling up for it at the moment. And as also, in general, communication is very helpful. Making sure sometimes as a producer, it's very helpful to over communicate. So if you can, you can lead by example. If you let people know that, oh, hey guys, I'm working on this right now, and that might encourage others to also kind of speak up and be like, yeah, I'm also working on this at the moment. And it can be really helpful to have somebody on the team who is communicating what they're doing like that. And lastly, if you're a bit into spreadsheets, if you like those boxes and formatting, changing UI, if you're a bit of a, you love those little boxes being the right size, like if you're a little bit meticulous like that, I think a producer is also a great role that you might be interested in. Organizing spreadsheets is quite a big part of being a producer. And in general, organization is really helpful too. Let's move on to common misconceptions. There are many common misconceptions that come with the role of a producer, and I really wanted to break those down a little before we kind of go a bit further into this and make sure that, especially if you're looking to become a producer or you already are one, I just wanted to kind of validate that. Like a producer should not be doing everything. I think I already kind of touched on this earlier, but a producer should have set roles and responsibilities just like any other role, and they should not be exceeding work hours. They should not be like uncomfortable for the person there. Another misconception is that a producer knows absolutely everything. Unfortunately, that is just not true. It is impossible for a producer to know everything. It's good practice for a producer to try to foresee potential things that come on the horizon. So that might look like forecasting with like prices and things. So if you want to sell your game and you're like, oh, what price should I make this at? Your producer might be like, oh, let's do some forecasting to figure out what to price your game at. It's possible to draw on other people's data to know a potential outcome, but unfortunately a producer cannot predict the future. And it is difficult for a producer to be in a position where they feel like they have to know everything. So definitely wanted to debunk that a little, that a producer can't know everything. And especially if you're first time being a producer, absolutely don't put that pressure on yourself. Unfortunately, it's like another one of those things where the more experience you have, the better you are at it. There are kind of telltale signs of things going wrong, and you just have to get a little vibe of it rather than just knowing beforehand. So, and number 3, a producer is a manager. This is a really tough one because I think a lot of the things that a producer does can automatically fall into the role of a manager, but your producer is also not your parent, and your producer is not automatically the person who is going to make you do everything. So let's talk a little bit about the producer process. This is just covering kind of what I feel like the producer does in the general kind of timeline of a game development project, or in general in a project. And I deliberately didn't use game development terms like alpha, beta, and gold and things like that, just because actually I've realized that all of those terms are a little bit amorphous and they're a bit different for every game studio, for every person. So it's not very helpful to have something so rigid and assigned to those terms. I've just gone with pre-production, production, and post for the time being. So I think the producer may, firstly in pre-production, may start with something like meeting the team and getting to know people. They may be the person to provide icebreakers or something, or start off the Discord server and get people chatting, putting everyone into the same space and getting the project started. That may also look like gathering ideas and facilitating brainstorming. So a producer may hop into Miro, FigJam, anything like that to start the process of brainstorming, put sticky notes around, throwing around ideas, making sure everyone's ideas are listened to, and making sure that the brainstorming is going in the right direction. Keeping a little eye on scope, also very helpful. But I think when it's very early on, it's also really great just to have the ideas be thrown around and let them simmer. Number 2, production. This is where you'll get into task lists, scheduling, roadmaps, and weekly planning. And this is where scope is definitely going to come in. So now that you have a better idea of what your project is going to look like, it's a really good idea to now apply that idea to the time that you have or the bandwidth that you have and see how doable that is. So production may look a bit like also scoping down a bit and understanding that we don't actually have that much time to make so much of this idea, so maybe let's make just a little part of it. And number 3, with post-production, so projects is mostly done, it's now a great time for the producer to maybe start gathering feedback, helping on the QA side potentially. And as a producer, you might not have all of the questions that you might want to ask a tester. So it's also good to maybe just make a template or something and give it to your teammates to be like, here's a template for the QA testers. Could you please add like the questions that you want in this template? So that can be a really helpful way of kind of getting the ball rolling and not putting too much pressure on yourself to kind of have all the answers ready. This is also a time where a producer might start getting into social media. So for me, because I slightly enjoy posting on social media actually, and making posts and kind of making content, I found myself working in social media every now and again as well. Depends on you as a producer though, and how much bandwidth you have, how much capacity you have. So it's a potential avenue you can go into. But in general, you'll be putting final touches on, so kind of helping the team with the last tasks that need to be done. And also that may also look like setting up an itch page, setting up a Steam page. Steam pages in particular can be quite hefty processes, so that may be kind of getting all the Steam assets ready, kind of liaising with the artist to see how the assets are going and making them, and making the Steam page look nice, making the itch page look nice. That's also part of post-production. And then lastly, we're into post-mortem and retrospectives, which is my favorite part. So this is the part where we talk a lot about the whole team should come together and reflect a bit about what worked well as a team. How did that feel working on that project? What didn't you like so much about working together as a team? What worked well, what didn't work well? And it's just a great chance to reflect at the end of the project on your creative processes, how things went, reflecting on like what you could do better. I think it's a really fruitful and productive part of being in a creative industry. Next, I wanted to go on to chatting a little bit about your gut feeling as a producer, or even if you are in general as a part of a game dev team and you're kind of not sure if things are going okay. It's a really good time to check in on that. If you're feeling like something isn't right, you're probably right. There's something probably not right. So it's definitely good to check in with your teammates to see what's up and see what's happening. So I can definitely recommend something called a project health check-in, which is just an additional meeting that you might schedule in that is reflecting on like, oh, how are we feeling about this project right now? Is the scope just too much? Is it overwhelming to think about? Are you blocked on something and you've been blocked on it for like months now? It's a really, really good chance to look into how people are feeling about it, what their personal kind of situations are. Do they still want to work on it? And things like that. It's really, really great to get vulnerable sometimes, talk about your feelings, and there are no right answers to this. If it's like, actually none of us are feeling very passionate about this project anymore, maybe that's fair and it's okay to drop it, maybe revisit it later. It's fine. It's a good chance to at least know that and get that out in the air. But also I wanted to say that if, the feeling of things not feeling right might look a bit like the Discord seems a bit quiet, or it might look a bit like, oh, this person hasn't spoken in a really, really long time, or they are not contributing as many ideas as they did at the beginning of the project. It's a good chance to check in on people. So I also can recommend one-on-one chats as a really great way to ask somebody personally if they're not feeling well, or like if they've checked in with you before, it may be a great chance to just check back in with them. So a one-on-one chat is really good. I have a Discord server where I've had one-on-one chats with teammates before, and it's a great chance for teammates to share kind of personal feelings, or if they're comfortable with that, like if they want to, they can share how they're feeling with you specifically, and things that they might not want to share with the whole team. Another potential thing you may use would be a retrospective. A retrospective, I think, usually comes at the end of a project. So if you are using a retrospective, it potentially is too late. So that's and I've had retrospectives before where I know things have kind of just blown up in a retrospective. Rather than having a lot of reflection, it was more like there was a lot of concerns, and that is totally okay. I think that means that there needed to be something kind of in between, some additional check-in before the retrospective. So it's always good to use a retrospective, but definitely if as soon as things aren't feeling so good, it's good to start implementing something to make sure that people are feeling heard, that people are feeling listened to. And then, yeah, you could also just integrate some questions into your daily check-in, your weekly check-in, and see how people are feeling that way as well. If you don't want to kind of take so much of people's time outside of the time that they're already using on the project, it could be good to just put an additional thing on the agenda of like, yeah, just wanted to check in how everyone's feeling this week, how is the project feeling. It would take like 10-15 minutes to talk about that, and then we'll go back into kind of task planning and task lists and things like that. And that can also be really helpful just to have a bit of time for that. It doesn't have to be in every daily check-in, but I definitely think it's good to make space for that. So if people do want to talk about it, they have the space to. To talk a little bit more about retrospectives, at the end of a project, it's really, really great to hold a retrospective. It's my favorite part of game development for sure, and game development and production. It's great to identify areas that you might want to improve on, how the team works together, some great things that you did together, some of like your highlights, some of the like low lights, some of the areas that you're like, oh, we definitely shouldn't do that again. It's a great chance to come together as a team, and also it can be a really hopeful exercise as well. It can provide a lot of motivation and clarity for the future as well. So you may identify like, oh, these are the team members that I really, really gelled with, and I'd love to make a game with them again in the future. And that's really great. Like, it's good to know the kinds of people that you want to work with, the kind of working styles that you work really well with. And yeah, I think a retrospective is incredibly helpful, especially if you're working creatively, for sure. Another thing you may want to do is, if you don't have the chance to do a retrospective, and that may be true, especially if you're working on a game jam or something, everyone finishes and then you kind of all just don't talk again or whatever, like, it's fine. You don't have to have a retrospective, and it may be hard to get everyone together again to do that. You may just consider doing a little post-mortem for yourself, and this doesn't have to be shared with everybody. This can just be a personal exercise where you kind of take your experience of working together with this team, maybe look at some potential data points. You may look at, I don't know, some of the organizational tools you use, maybe some areas that you are like, yeah, this was actually a point that I could have stepped in to help, or this was a point where I could have communicated better. You may want to take some references like that and use it in a post-mortem instead to reference, this is where I could improve, this is how the game went, why I feel like the game ended up like this. I think it's also a great exercise to do as well. In general, though, to bring it all together, a producer, and I believe production in general in games, or like in creative projects or whatever, the whole idea is just to bring people together and get stuff done. And that's the main thing of it. And being a producer is so tough. There are so many different kinds of people. Everyone's very nuanced. Everyone's very multifaceted. Oftentimes in game development, people are working on games part-time, and there's a lot of other things happening. So it can be really difficult to have that bandwidth to be creative. So as a producer, you can do what you can and just make some amazing stuff with the teams that you bring together. So a couple of things I can provide, some little resources that I'd like to share is Notion, Google Sheets, Miro and Milano, and Codex. They're all very, very useful production and general tools that I've used throughout my game development journey so far. I think my most favorite is absolutely Google Sheets, and I think Codex is my like upcoming favorite. But yeah, I definitely recommend Miro, Milano, and FigJam for retrospectives, because it's great to see everyone's little mouses moving around, and it feels very nice, especially when you remote work a lot. And FigJam also has great functionality for playing music if you're kind of in the middle of brainstorming, but also time boxing things as well. So you can also set a little timer for like 5 minutes, you like brainstorm ideas for 5 minutes, and then FigJam will give you a little alarm when that 5 minutes is done. So there's a lot of amazing functionality in all of these, but I absolutely recommend these as like free, accessible things to use. But a small caveat to I think probably all of them is that I think they all take a little bit of time to get used to. So definitely, like, if you're going to choose one and run with it, I would say try them all and see what feels good. But if there's one in particular that you're like, oh, I'm just not gelling with this, it might just need a bit of time to get used to. In particular, I feel like Notion and Codex they already have their own kind of functionality, so there's a lot of things that you need to get used to, a lot of things to like understand and click around in, but they have their own pluses for sure. To highlight Codex, Codex is a very interesting new production tool that I've found, where they have gamified the game development process. So the whole thing is card based, which is really interesting. So it's like a very interesting take on the Kanban kind of agile method. There's lots of great uses to it. It's really great with visualization, and there's also a free plan. So Codex is great because every task is a card, and once you complete that card, you get XP and you get a little bit of experience. And then to show people that you're working on that card is you can add cards to your hand, and all cards belong to a deck as well, so they all belong to like a certain department, if you will. And then there's also things like they have timelines and scheduling as things as well in there. So it's a great little tool, and I definitely recommend it. But today, for the workshop section, we're actually just going to hop into Google Sheets, which I feel like is where the basis of all production happens. So it'll be great to get back to the basics, take it really simple, take it easy, and yeah, I will see you over there. Hello, so welcome to the workshop section of this workshop talk. We're going to hop into a template that I've made that should kind of collate all of the things you might need for a small project in terms of production. So we're going to start off on the homepage here, which is where I think it's a great place to list lots of important details about the project. So just as an example here, I have put in some details about a game jam game that I worked on called Fairy Block Mother, which was a part of the Game Maker's Toolkit game jam that happened like earlier this year. So the theme was built to scale. I think it was very important to put on the very front page. And I've also put in some very quick kind of mood boards, like visual things to help get into the vibe of the game. This is also a great chance to put important documents in here, like a game design doc. Put in your kind of character designs on the front page, just kind of helping your team get into the mindset of working on this game. This is what the game looks like. Any kind of important updates could also go here. It'd be great to list out things like what version of Godot you're using, what version of Unity you're using, making sure that everyone has access to all the resources needed on the homepage is super, super useful. Even links to things like GitHub, what kind of version control you're using. All of this can go on the homepage, immediately accessible by everyone, and if possible, you can document how to get access to those things as well here too. Let's hop into another tab. Additionally, to add in an image here, you can also just use insert image and image over cells, and this will bring up the upload page. Google has great kind of capabilities of you can insert any image from Google Images as well in here, which is very useful. So if you kind of just wanted to brainstorm in here as well, there's some capabilities for that as well. So let's hop into the next tab. So here we're talking a lot about what each individual team member does, where they're based and where they're located, just for meetings or just kind of knowing what time they might be working. It's great to know someone's time zone, largely for meetings, but also for boundary settings. So you know that, they're actually probably in deep sleep right now at this time. So maybe it's a good idea to not ping them a million times on Discord. So having this information here is really, really useful. Additionally, we can list out the general roles here. And as I talked about earlier, it's really good to lay out some more granular kind of responsibilities for each person, just to make sure that each person knows what they're responsible for, and it can help with boundaries, but also just to make sure you're not kind of overstepping, or if somebody wants kind of control over something, or if they have a very particular way of working, they can have all the assets and all the things that they need to do that. So I put in some examples here, but I can also add another example. So maybe I will add in another kind of, let's talk about KK slider. So KK Slider has joined the team, and they are in Animal Crossing time zone. That's going to be a hard one to implement. KK Slider does not communicate on Discord, unfortunately. KK Slider only communicates via email, which is understandable. KK Slider is the sound designer and composer of the team, and some of their responsibilities includes, let's say, composition of background music, BG music, main theme, and I don't know, combat music or something. And then music integration. So it's really helpful to know exactly what KK Slider's role is and what they are doing in this team. For example, if you decided to bring in another teammate, you might suddenly be like, oh, this person also wants to do music, but we already have somebody doing background music, main theme, and combat music, so maybe this other musician can compose a different track, or they could, if possible, add to the things that KK Slider has already done. It's also great to keep a running list of this stuff, just in case at the end of the game you need a credits list. You know exactly who has been working on this game, and it's easy to kind of collate all this information together. Lastly, I wanted to note about World Time Buddy, which is a little link up here. It's a very, very handy time converter, a visual kind of setting that you can see all the time zones lined up, and it's a great way to schedule meetings and be able to see when is a good time to schedule that meeting, especially with people across all the different time zones. It's really great for game jams if you have a very international team and you're struggling to find a time to meet. Definitely take advantage of things like World Time Buddy. They're very, very good tools to use. Fantastic. So we have a very solid team here with lots of responsibilities and roles covered. So we can start heading into the schedule. So in the schedule, I have lots of functionality here for kind of adding additional days. I have listed out just 4 days here. 5 days, but you can always add a new one. So I just copy and paste this, and I can copy and paste this on top of this. So if you wanted an extra day, you can always copy and paste it across. Be like, okay, this is day 5. So yeah, if you wanted to insert another column past this, you can always just right click this topmost column, this topmost cell, and then you can do insert column right, and you can add in some additional columns across from there. So yeah, that's a really helpful way to keep things kind of contained within a smaller space. Oftentimes when you've loaded up a spreadsheet, it's going to have infinite or like loads and loads of columns and rows, and I like to kind of just make sure that all the information is a bit more contained so it doesn't feel so overwhelming, and the bar sliders are also a little easier to navigate with. Anyway, let's hop into the schedule and how to use this. So I've kind of outlined here a very kind of general way to do tasks, and then a slightly more granular way, which includes breaking down kind of hours. But depending on your team or how you like to work, it may be a good idea to, definitely start with something that's a bit more general and see how that feels. Maybe even a good place to start would be figuring out what the goal of a day is before going into individual tasks. So, for example, on day 1, I listed out the goal is to figure out what the game is. So maybe a good idea for that would be to spend the morning brainstorming ideas. So Charlotte will be brainstorming ideas in the morning. It'd be also great to get Link, Zelda, and KK Slider's opinion on this. So if they are awake at the time zone, it'd be wonderful to also get their input on that, so they can also contribute to the ideas. So time zone dependent. If you're able to kind of get the goal in place, you're able to work backwards from that. So you can also figure out what needs to be done in the day, and maybe things are not, if there are lots of time zones, it could be easier to just figure out what the goal is for the day, and then people can go about kind of doing things in their own time as well. So another kind of way you could start scheduling things is by also going very granular by doing hourly kind of times. So from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., I've allocated myself to be scheduling tasks and also task allocation. And you could also do something like 2 to 6 p.m. This may be the time when Link and Zelda are awake, so this might be a good time to sync up with programming and narrative at this time. And we can allocate that to Link. We can allocate that to Charlotte, Link, and Zelda. Very strong team, a very strong team. You're also able to use kind of chips for this as well, so you can at specific people if you want to, if you have their Gmails, if you have access to that, and people are also happy for you to use their Gmails for scheduling. Definitely you can take advantage of that by using at in the cell as well to kind of very specifically assign a task to somebody. This is how I would use a schedule in this kind of format to see what is up for each day, and you can also kind of, once you fill in the rest of the schedule, you can also see how the tasks fall and what they look like and how the game is going to come together within this time as well. So we can move on next to the task list. So in this task list, I decided to try and make it very adjacent to the schedule. I feel like they can work in tandem with each other. So for example, I might brainstorm ideas with Charlotte, Link, Zelda, and KK Slider across into the task list. So you should be able to just copy these over. And fantastic, there are already some dates available in here. We know that the end of this game jam is on August 20th. So we do have to definitely do something by then. And we have started this today. Let's say that we have started it today. We can do 18th, 2024. So amazing. This is now in progress. Fantastic. If we went back here and we were like, oh, sync up with programming and narrative, and we have an issue. So maybe, maybe it turns out that, Link and Zelda are not available actually that day. We cannot sync up. So August, let's say this was supposed to happen on August 19th. This was actually blocked, so we are unable to get this done, and this needs definitely some attention from the team, and we'll probably try and bring it up on whatever contact they ask for. So with Link and Zelda, I might ask them on Discord, hey guys, when would you like to next sync up? I wasn't able to get a hold of you today, so we'd love to know if you'd like to sync up at another time. So we can try and unblock this together. The task list is great for kind of laying everything out in a list format. It can be quite overwhelming to see, so definitely use how you like, and make sure that you lay it out in a way that it's easy to digest and in a format that is also easy to look at as well. Next up, I just included a small page for meeting notes. So I really enjoy taking meeting notes. So I love to make sure that they are very accessible to people and they're able to see what's coming for each meeting if there are any. So in particular, I love to make the agenda exposed to people for people to see. So if anyone needs to add to it or if they have things that they want to discuss, they are also welcome to add to it. And I also sometimes love to, if there's not enough time to always add to the agenda beforehand, it's great to just make space at the beginning and at the end of a meeting to make sure that there is some time for people to talk about topics that they would like to talk about as well. If you can also, so I might add into the agenda here, like space for general discussion. If there's things that I didn't cover in the meeting, things that, some more kind of specific topics that need to come up, there is space already put in for that. It may be also good to throw in kind of a time as well to make sure that meetings don't overrun. So usually I'd say a meeting for a game jam might try to last like between 30 minutes to an hour, so you don't take up too much of everyone's time. and I will try really hard to stick with that. I think when meetings run over a lot, that's often a sign that something is not quite right. It's a little bit disrespectful of people's time. So to make sure that you time box your discussion, be like, okay, there are like 3 things on the agenda today. So we could say everything on the agenda can take 15 minutes, and then there'll be a 15-minute space for general discussion, and that'll definitely take us to an hour. If things go quicker, amazing. That's great. There's no worries with that, but definitely making sure your meetings stick within the allocated time can be really important and very helpful for a team's their own kind of lives and making sure there's boundaries as well. So yeah, we can also add in the actual notes during the meeting. Just a quick note that the way to do a line break in Google Sheets is with Control and Enter. So if you're struggling to kind of do a line break here, you can use Control Enter to do that. And yeah, here we've noted that programmer Link is in Hyrule time and he works as a full-time knight and wants to rescue a princess. So bandwidth is low, but he is very excited about the project, which is great to know. A great, very fruitful first meeting. We brainstormed some ideas about Fairy Block Mother, and Link wants to include Navi, maybe. Something like that. Oh my gosh, amazing. So we have the notes ready now. And I also like to include a summary, which hopefully is shorter than the notes. So in case somebody isn't able to make it to the meeting, they might be able to catch up really quick with just a quick summary. It's also good for yourself as practice to process the things that were said in the meeting. So for that last point, I may add that Fairy Block Mother inspired by Navi or something similar to that. And put a little question mark after it. So it's like a point of discussion for future meetings. But yeah, I think this is the most of the template here. And it should be a helpful tool just to get started. If you're not sure where to start on Google Sheets, or you're kind of not sure where to start with production in general, I think this can give a little guide on where to go. And hopefully it's kind of flexible enough for you to also adjust to different kinds of projects as well. Next up, I'm just going to hop really quick into looking at retros as well. Team retros usually take roughly 2 hours. I would definitely give much longer than a regular meeting for a team retro. It's a good chance to get quite vulnerable. There might be some very heavy topics discussed potentially, or there might be some very deep discussion about teamwork, how the project is going. So it's definitely good to allocate extra space for that and give time for your team to consider their ideas, process their thoughts. So definitely allocate a little bit of extra time if you're thinking of running a team retro. And yeah, there are so many exercises you can do as a retrospective. In this case, I've just done an example of the start, stop, and continue retro, which is just another kind of way of looking at things you could do better, what didn't go well, what could you do more of. So it's just all of these kind of visualizations for a retro are just ways to get the conversation going and help you, like just other ways of kind of unlocking some of those ideas. Another one of my favorites is the sailboat retro, which I think is really visual and I really like it. So you get to use an image of a sailboat and you get to talk about what part of the project was the wind behind the sails, what part of the project was like a rock that was blocking your way, what was weighing you down as an anchor, what was the sun that was like giving you warmth and shining on you and things like that. And I really like these kinds of visualizations of how a team works, and I think they're really inspiring and very interesting to look at. So to take a little closer look, usually for a retro, it's a good idea to start with an icebreaker if there's time. So that could be something really general, and for here, there's just the Fig Jam has given the example of sharing a childhood memory that always brings a smile to your face, which is really sweet. I think it's a really nice way to break the ice for sure. So just to introduce this as well, this is Fig Jam, which is quite similar to Miro and Milanote. I use these very specifically for retros all the time because of the capabilities of being able to put stamps around. So if I was like, oh yes, I love this memory this person has shared, I can put a little thumbs up there just to kind of show love and solidarity with people. And like if there's ideas that you also agree with, you can definitely +1 them and cheer them on, so your team doesn't feel so alone when they're sharing their ideas. This is also what I mentioned earlier as a place where you have time boxing, so you can set a timer here, and you can also set music for, if people are taking some time to write down their ideas, you just play a little music, break the silence a little. So if anyone's feeling a little awkward or uncomfortable, there's some music playing. But yeah, we can hop into the actual exercise. So start doing is all about things that we didn't really get to do as a team and things that we should really consider trying out for the next project or for the next sprint, or something like that. So yeah, this could be new ideas that you might want to try. So that might look like, instead of having so many voice chat meetings, maybe we could try having one midweek kind of text-based async meeting. And then we can cut down on kind of having so much discussion, and there doesn't need to be so much brainstorming anymore. We're kind of very far into the idea. So this is a great chance to talk about ideas that you have that could help the team work better, but we haven't had a chance to explore yet. Next up, we have stop doing. This means things that are absolutely not working. And the two examples that I've been given here is long meetings and overlapping discussions, which I feel are very poignant problems to have for sure. Long meetings we already talked about. It's definitely good to have time box meetings and make sure that the time for the meeting is constrained and that they don't overrun. And the next one about overlapping discussions is also, I think, very particularly poignant for remote working. I think it can be really difficult to get the right rhythm of discussion when everyone has different internet speeds as well. So it can be good to also figure out some kind of system for that. So maybe you can have like a raise hand function, or if you somebody does an emoji or something, they can talk next. There's lots of potential kind of solutions to these, which is great. I would add maybe to this, instead of just having stop doing, I think there does need to be a additional box created over here, maybe that just is action points or things that you can do to actually solve those problems, and suggestions of that as well. So people are able to give the kinds of suggestions that they want and things that they might want to see to help. I think producing is as much about kind of managing expectations and people as much as it is about problem solving and trying to figure out the best way to do something. And then lastly, we have continue doing, which is just things that have worked really well and things that should continue. And the examples here are already fantastic. I in particularly love the recognizing team achievements. I think that is quite underrated as a successful practice, and it should be recognized a bit more in more teams. So this is a incredible, retrospectives are a great way to get a vibe on how your team is doing, how they're doing working together as well, and what the future might hold for the team too. They're a great way to just reflect on how things have been going. If you're needing something that might help motivate the team, bring some hope, feeling the team is drifting a bit, a retrospective could be a really great tool to utilize. Thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate all of the attention you have given me and all of the time that I have been given to give this talk. This was such an amazing workshop to run, and I'm really, really grateful that I got the space to do this. I hope it was helpful, and I hope this has given some tools and some ways that you can make production a little better on yourself, a little more helpful, and also just be a bit more forgiving on yourself too when making games. You can find me on Frangipang on Instagram and at Blue Sky, and also Shark T on Twitter, and you can also give me an email at frangipang@gmail.com. And there are all of the little companies that I'm working for, and you can definitely check those out if you're interested in any of the projects that I'm working on. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Take care!
Sage's skin breaks out with beads of sweat. They trail down her hairline. Her body tells her to be on high alert. Sage feels like a presence is eyeing her. Yet when she turns to look around, there's not another person in sight.
Oh my fucking god!
A trash can had fallen down.
Oh, calm down, Sage. It's nothing.
As Sage turns to the left, she glances at the prone form of what is actually a person. Before she can get a good look, something blurs past her and latches onto her right hand with a sickening crunch. Naomi injects Sage with the serum. A few seconds pass and nothing happens until...
Fuck! It burns! It burns, Naomi!
Fuck, what? What is happening? Naomi and Sage watch in horror as the creature eats away at what's left of Sage's hand and starts moving up her arm. Sage's flesh ripples and drops to the floor.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Wait, what?
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Now hold on a second. Don't you listen to him. What did I ever do to you?
She will do everything in her power to stop you.
Well, yeah. I don't want to die.
She'll charm and she'll lie and she'll promise you the world, and if she has the chance, she will kill you 12 times over.
Is he even listening to me?
Don't forget, the fate of the world rests on your shoulders.
You're not actually going to try and slay me or anything, right? Because I wouldn't if I were you.
If you try, I'll kill you as many times as it takes.
I'd like to begin today by acknowledging that I'm recording this talk on the stolen lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and I'd like to pay my respects to its traditional owners past and present. Sovereignty was never ceded, and the violence of colonial structures and policies are ongoing. Hello, and thank you for coming to my talk about sparking playful ambition. Just a quick introduction. My name is Duncan Corrigan, and I'm a game designer and artist based in Naarm, Melbourne. I make mostly small games with friends, and more recently have begun making some more solo inquiry-driven work. I also help co-run Serenade with Qual Moreno, George Mack, Kaveh Tabar, and Jay Stewart. It's a Sydney-focused collective that hosts game exhibits highlighting the weird and heartfelt, and generally trying to support the game arts making community. For those paying close attention to the title slide, you may have also noticed that is me on the skateboard too. Okay, here's a quick overview of what I'm going to cover today, starting with the concept of shared ideologies of play and how they, perhaps surreptitiously, influence how we engage with the world around us. I'll then look at what an interrogation of these ideas might look like and how it might change not only the way we play, but how we might approach game and art making. Lastly, I'll touch on some more holistic goals of this post-conventional embracement of play and how it might help us transcend the social and political structures we may feel trapped in. So what does it mean to play? Woof. Huge question. Do I really want to start this whole talk by trying to answer this big question? Well, in 2022, I spoke at the first Super Festival, specifically trying to tackle this question. This is a photo of me giving that talk at another conference. And here I am as a baby, and that's my mother lifting me up against a tree filled with white flowers. Here I am with my sisters and my dad on a playground maybe 5 some years ago. It was a warm and feel-good day. And here I am at a music festival called The Town as a sexy air hostess with legs for days. I guess the point I'm trying to get across here is what it means to play is not that relevant here, actually. In Brian Sutton Smith's book, The Ambiguity of Play, he posits that play is vague and possibly easier to describe than define. And I think this feels right. I think for the majority of people, play is probably more readily described than defined, or observed in that we know it when we see it, or embodied. We know it when we feel it. So even if we can't define it, it's likely we all have a sense of what it means to play. So instead I ask, how do we form our ideas of what it means to play? What things have the largest influence on our ideas of play? And what effect do these formal ideas we formulate have on our practice of play? Video games perhaps represent the most privatized ideal of play, and as a mainstream medium, the video game marketplace, along with other entertainment marketplaces, perpetuate at a large scale an ideology of play that is necessarily commodified, and thus stress artifacts or constructs as requisites for play. That is to say, we are led to believe that there is no play without a game. Stephanie Bullock and Patrick Lemieux talk about this fetishization of commodities in their book Metagaming, and how it obfuscates our practice of play. They propose the biggest trick the games industry ever pulled was convincing people video games were games in the first place, when they aren't. They're tools, toys, and instruments that we use to make metagames. Bullock and Lemieux suggest we play a vital role in making games, but we may not be aware that we do. And thus I feel the formal structures around those games crystallize into our ideology of play. On the design and development side of things, this crystallized ideology may equally be felt in the formalism of video games. If our ideology of play attributes our practice of play to specific forms, a lot of effort is going to get poured into realizing those forms at greater fidelity, essentially in the hopes of resolving the form to its truest potential. You can see this kind of formalism and homogeny mostly evident in the AAA landscape, which has a narrowed representation of game design and even genres. One last note on this, with ideologies of play so heavily tied to artifacts and constructs, implicitly our practice of play becomes entwined in bodies of power, be it capital-driven or political. We are prone to the whims of an industry that is increasingly diminished through corporate greed and late-stage capitalism. As an analogy, I invite you all to picture a playground. When we play on the equipment, our practice of play can be pretty nuanced and often subversive. I'd argue that perhaps our most memorable and transformative experiences on the playground occur when we find new and unconventional ways of interacting with the equipment, running up the slide for the first time, or jumping from the swings, a push against the formal structure and function. Yet, at the end of the day, the form of the playground remains unchanged. So we see how all those multitudes of experiences may instead become erroneously attributed to the playground's specific form. We then come to understand play in this formal way: swings, slides, and monkey bars. But what's the big deal with this? So what if our idea of play stresses artifacts? I feel there's two major consequences of this. Firstly, our ideologies of play have a real influence on the ways we practice play. Secondly, as designers, how we think of play influences the kinds of artifacts we make. Focusing on the personal impact first. If we attribute great play experiences to formal play structures, we may cease looking for opportunities for transformative experience when outside of these structures, thus limiting the spaces, time, and occasion we spend playing because we have internalized that there isn't anything meaningful to be gained playing outside of these structures. But the truth is, we don't need the playground to play. There are meaningful experiences to be gained all around us if only we approached more moments with the same playful ambition as we do within structured play. And if you're still convinced we need formal structures to facilitate our practice of play, then how might we explain what's happening here, a near universal experience we share when we look out the car window on a long drive? Additionally, when we limit our play to artifacts and constructs, well, many of these places and forms cost money, paving the way for money and pricing structures to have a disturbing amount of influence on how we practice play in the world. The issue being the shifts in these trends simply chase profit and do not have our best interests in mind. If we were to take the free-to-play live service structure as an example, a trend that was popularized through its financial benefits to publishers, a financial decision that has had a disproportionate magnitude of impact on how many game players engage in the medium, namely in playing fewer games, gaining fewer new experiences, on top of an urgency or compulsion to play their game of choice daily in a manner that broaches on being choresome. And what if we don't have money? Might this ideology suggest that people who can't afford it simply can't play? What effect might we think this could have on those in our community who are most financially vulnerable? Okay, back to the playground analogy for a moment. We may think of playgrounds as a space where we give ourselves permission to play. But whose permission are we seeking exactly? And as we play on the equipment, we may also begin to notice that it is, in fact, a local government council approved playground. The point here is that how we limit ourselves in play is also a political matter. Stuart Brand, one of the founders of the New Games movement from the 1960s and 70s, has this great quote reflecting on the playful protests he held in response to the Vietnam War. Playing in public in itself is a political act, especially in hard times. To get people together of different ages and cultures and languages and have them all enjoy each other and play games is so different from what was going on at the time. Public play, in other words, opposes the status quo and perhaps reveals a different way of being. When we limit our play to socially accepted and market-supported forms, we may find our rituals aligning with political agenda. In contrast, playing in unconventional spaces and forms can be a powerful tool to express our own ideas for a better world. Okay, so how do these ideologies affect how we approach game making? Well, if we think of games as inherently playful artifacts, our role as developers becomes about realizing their form, further consolidating on what exists, but pushing it for a more realized version of it, increasing fidelity towards an imagined potential. It's like thinking that a playground must have slides and swings because they are formal parts of that playful structure. So rather than introducing new, interesting forms of equipment, swings and slides are instead iterated upon, made bigger and fancier. However, there's a real risk here. I argued earlier that our best memories with equipment were often subversive, a push away from formal function. From this perspective, the real value of the equipment would be in its looseness or flexibility for alternative use. In making slides and swings more and more complex, they're actually at risk of losing this value. Perhaps we could see the ultimate realization of their forms in theme parks. And while a roller coaster is arguably more thrilling than a slide, it has removed the ability for us to subvert and play in, on, and around its form. Okay, rant incoming. And this is a sort of homage to Frank Lance's immersive fallacy. I feel a defining element of play is the drive to approach an alternative reality, to find transformation and novelty by playing off conventional modes of being. I feel there is a risk when our video games try so hard to present realities with greater fidelity, reducing the friction or need to embrace a new reality in the spirit of play. The humble game, The Floor is Lava, is perhaps at its best with no fidelity at all, because it's really just encouraging a mindset that seeks to transform the world around you to discover new ways of being and to revel in that novel experience. However, there exists, in contrast, The Floor is Lava for adults, where the fidelity is increased so that it is quote-unquote more meaningful. That fidelity exists in the literal representation of lava, but also in the inclusion of high scores and fail and win states. In this version of The Floor is Lava, there is less of an ask of players to tap into a playful mindset. They're just more willing to accept a reality if it's realized enough. But with an ideology of play that stresses artifacts and constructs, and growing expectations for those things to deliver us a new reality without friction or the need for our own creative imagination, we risk approaching a world where the only realities that currently exist can exist, or new realities can only be pushed by those with enough power to deliver them fully resolved, like Silicon Valley telling us that AI is the future, or Western media pushing a narrative to erase a genocide. And this all really downplays our capacity to imagine a better world. So we may want to interrogate our ideologies of play, de-emphasizing the artifact to recognize our role in play and our inherent capacity to play beyond formal play structures, untying our practices of play from capitalistic systems and political powers to discover more places, time, and occasion to play. Now, usually this is the part of the talk where I would invite everybody to interrogate how they're expected to behave during a presentation. I obviously can't do that this time, but here's a quick snippet of it in practice. This interrogation leads us to this idea. Video games aren't playful. People are playful. And I could do a whole other talk stressing the value of community and friends in uncovering new ways of being, but I digress. So what effect should this revelation have on our approach to making games? If games aren't an inherently playful object, then maybe their ultimate potential lies in their humble ability to spark the playful ambition of a player. Games facilitating play rather than being objects of play. This may seem like an innocuous distinction, but it helps center the focus of design on people, and not on further consolidating around the established formalism of games. But how do we spark players' ambition? I have some ideas around this that I'll share with you today, but I wanted to make a note that simply asking yourself this question constitutes an interesting lens in which to think about design. Okay, so one thing I feel we can do is present something novel, where there is a clear promise that our engagement can lead to a transformative experience or a new perspective. And like the playground's equipment from earlier, where looser forms were more conducive for playful experimentation, we can keep in mind the looseness and flexibility of our mechanics and design, empowering players to express their unique and nuanced modes of play. As I said earlier, I believe our most transformative and memorable experiences come from when we engage playfully to create and extend meaning beyond the formal structure of an artifact. So another idea is to think about how your mechanics or design might invite players to seek meaning beyond what you've intended, or subvert the function of your game to their own ends. From here, we might think about the ways our games can even help players interrogate their own ideologies of play, designing moments where they can observe the transformative effect of their playful expressions, avoiding excessive fidelity and formalism, instead making room for slower modes of engagement and introspection. As Tracy Fullerton would put it, a slower pace aligns with the requisite time needed to know ourselves in play. To de-emphasize the artifact, we may also make work that subverts expectations and blurs the boundary of formal play structures, the proverbial magic circle, if you will. I experimented with some of these ideas in my own game, Moving On. You play as a young, fumbling kid exploring their new home for the first time. To de-emphasize the artifact, the game has no objectives or active way to progress, and instead relies heavily on players to discover their own meaning through playful experimentation. The game is what I'd describe as a performance game, where the fun comes from embodying the antics and sentimentality of a kid facing a big change in their life. To support this performance aspect, the player has access to many actions that can be combined to express various movements. The focus on this system was player expression, so I tried to design the system to be loose and freeing for the player. The setting, fixed cameras, and rich soundscapes attempt to elicit a great sense of physicality and sentimentality to invite players into a slower pace of play as well. Lastly, the game has voice narration that speaks to universal themes around the uncertainty of change, all told from the perspective of the child's future self, who is reminiscing on the sense of wonder they had when faced with their life's first big move. The intention here is that as players engage with these themes through their emerging playful spirit, they can observe on a more conscious level the impact their engagement has had on the meaningfulness that they gained from the game. Okay, in closing, I want to discuss the effects interrogating our ideologies of play might have on the rest of our lives. Crucially, as we acknowledge our capacity to play beyond formal play structures, we may also begin to realize our capacity to transcend other structures in our lives. We may begin to feel less trapped in our existing structures as we practice a way of re-envisioning the world around us. Ultimately, this all leads to more opportunities for connection with our communities, more occasions to gain new perspectives, understanding, and joy. The world we live in is deeply troubled, but it doesn't have to be that way. I know this is a bit unconventional, but I'd like to end with a quote from my late father. Incidentally, he recorded this clip for a game I made, so it's sort of on theme, but mostly I think it succinctly gets across this final point. So thank you for indulging me.
What do I want to impart or share with my community? I want to share with my community that the world we live in, the society we live in, is just a shadow of what it could be. The society we have inherited was not designed for our well-being and proper development into healthy, connected human beings, but rather was created for our exploitation, this end being achieved through limiting and constraining us to conform to a polity that sees exploitation and domination of the natural world, our world, as the primary goal. The decisions to have this focus have been taken in the past by very small numbers of people determined to acquire power over our world, I guess to assuage their own insecurities, and to achieve that outcome through exploiting their fellow humans. The huge downside of this is our capacity as a society, via our technological prowess, to have an impact on the world that is growing exponentially, but our capacity to make better decisions is not growing at all. Ergo, we run the risk of poor decisions leading to catastrophic outcomes that are degrading the very substrate on which all human and all other terrestrial life depends. It does not need to be this way. We could wake up from this exploitation and use our numbers to overthrow the exploiters and replace their primary goal with another one, a goal of living in harmony with our world and encouraging the full development of each person into a healthy, connected adult.
All straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we wanted, we can do it. All straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we wanted, we can do it. All straight, no slip. All straight.
Inside every creator lies a guiding star, a unique vision waiting to illuminate the world. At Stella Maris, we're not just a partner, we're your compass. With tailored mentorship, essential tools, and unwavering support, we nurture your brilliance. Discover your path, unleash your creativity, and let your star shine brightly.
A new world, a new home, a new family. Adventure beyond the safety of your home and confront what lies in waiting. Defend your flock from the perils of this world, but don't be late. For dinner, forage, fish, and farm to stock your pantry. Improve your home and tend to your flock, but look out for Shub. He takes quick to a love potion. Guide your flock through this world, for you are not alone. You shall... Hush, please, I'm doing something. You shall... What do you want? Oh, you want to say it together? Well, all right. You shall not pause.
creator lies a guiding star, a unique vision waiting to illuminate the world. At Stella Maris, we're not just a partner, we're your compass. With tailored mentorship, essential tools, and unwavering support, we nurture your brilliance. Discover your path, unleash your creativity, and let your star shine brightly.
Yo, party people in the house, how is everyone doing? I hope everybody is doing well and having a wonderful Super Festival. I cannot believe it is almost over, but we are not done yet. We still have one last talk, and we are live one last time for Super Festival 2024. I hope everybody's excited, and I hope everybody is all right and was able to check out last night's talk from live from the Hand-Eye Society Ball. I'm sure it was great, and if you didn't miss it, and if you missed any of our other talks, reminder that they are all archived, like all the talks we have in other years for Super Festival and our other events. You can definitely check them out on our Twitch in the collection section, in the collection section of the video panel. But in any case, I do want you to make sure that you guys all check out all the Super Festival stuff. It's really, really great. Now, we keep all of those talks for all of our Super Festival events and other events there as sort of an educational research. And speaking of education, that's an important subject to both the Hand-Eye Society through stuff like our online workshops and our events, as well as our next speaker. So, as both a game developer and the educator myself, seeing the ways that games and education intersect is incredibly important to me. Through games, we can interactively engage with people, as well as see how they can affect the different ways we learn and see the world. One teacher, however, has taken that to the next level, and he is our final speaker of Super Festival 2024 that I would like everyone to give a really big welcome to our event. So, while it may not be Saturday nights like a certain TV show, here to talk about his experience Minecrafting a better future with his students, live from New York, is Mashfiq Ahmed. Take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Mashfiq Ahmed, as I was just introduced, and welcome to my talk titled Minecrafting a Better Future. And this is going to explore the ideas with Minecraft education and game-based learning in the classroom and the impact that it had on me as well as my students. So, just a little bit of intro about myself. I am a high school science teacher at John Dewey High School in Brooklyn, New York. I have been teaching for 7 years now, and I started off teaching chemistry. And when the pandemic started, I pivoted towards game based learning tools like Minecraft in the classroom. And I really just saw it flourish from there. And this is essentially the story of the last 4 years of me using Minecraft in the classroom, and it's been a really cool experience. And this isn't meant to just like brag about my students, but this is meant to inspire, and hopefully we can see this in other classrooms out there in the rest of the world. And just a little bit about myself some more. I'm born and raised in New York City. I'm a member of the Game Awards Future Class of 2022. I am also a Minecraft Education Ambassador. And if you ever need to reach out to me, my email's on the screen, as well as I'm on social media as Mr. Ahmed Gaming. My students picked that name. I asked them to come up with a handle, and they decided to go with that. So pretty much on LinkedIn, Twitter, Blue Sky now, which is really cool. You can find me as Mr. Ahmed Gaming. So I just want to dive into what is Minecraft. I know a lot of us probably watching this stream are familiar, but it's always good to just norm on these things. So Minecraft is a sandbox game. And what that means is it's essentially like a virtual sandbox where you have the tools. There's no set goals or objectives. You can do whatever you want. And that's what we call it a sandbox game for. And there's two major modes. There's creative as well as survival mode. In creative mode, you are given all the resources and all the blocks. You can fly around, you can do whatever you please. In survival mode, it's a bit more realistic, where you start off with nothing, you spawn into a world, and you had to gather resources in order to survive, as the mode is called. Minecraft has a low floor and high ceiling. At the simplest level, it's essentially building blocks or virtual Lego, as some people might see it, but it can definitely be more complicated. We can see automation and engineering. A lot of cool things are done in Minecraft that I've seen over the years. I saw people recreate computers within Minecraft. I saw an article of a teenager recreate the entire universe within the game. It's really cool stuff. I even saw somebody, they used redstone, which is like the circuitry within Minecraft, to make Minecraft within Minecraft. and that was a crazy concept to me. I hope maybe they can make Minecraft within Minecraft within Minecraft, but yeah, it's really cool stuff. Like you can do so much with it. So honing into that more specifically with Minecraft in education, the question becomes, why are we using Minecraft in the educational setting? So this was like the big thing when I was trying to pitch this to administration as well as in other schools. So Minecraft is game-based learning, right? It helps leverage student expertise, and what I mean by that is you don't have to know everything as an educator in order to be using Minecraft in the classroom. So for example, I'm gonna age myself right here, but I played Minecraft when I was in high school and I graduated in like 2014. I haven't really played it since then, so it's been several years until I started using it in the classroom. So I missed out on several years of updates to the game. And when I came back into it and like seeing what my students can do that wasn't possible when I played it when I was in high school, it was just crazy. And they had to teach me things within the game and all the new updates. So leverage that student expertise, let them become the teachers, let them become the leaders in the classroom. It's okay. It's like the best selling video game on the planet, and you're guaranteed in a classroom of like 30 something kids, one of them is bound to be interested and like obsessed with this game. So you channel that passion that they have and let them be like the leaders in the classroom if you're unfamiliar with the game. And with Minecraft education, there's a lot of student choice and creativity, like I mentioned before, with like the creative mode as well as the open-ended sandbox nature of the game. It really lends itself to a lot of learning opportunities in that regard. And also it leads to a lot of collaboration and problem solving if they're working in groups. And I'll show you some examples of this in the coming slides. And it's great for a lot of different content areas. I've noticed it's been great with STEM as well as English classes with narrative and storytelling. I've even helped a couple of English teachers at my school use Minecraft education in order to tell a project on dystopian societies, I believe. They had a unit on it, and what they had the students do in Minecraft was build dystopian societies within Minecraft. And it was really cool to see that, like have students build things for an English class with using Minecraft. As well as Minecraft education, it explores digital citizenship as well as social emotional learning. And which was that right there was one of the big things of why I started using it. And I'll go into detail about that in a little bit. And the big thing about why I used Minecraft out of all the millions of games out there was in my school district, it's free and accessible for all students. And it was really cool to know that because when I was growing up, I couldn't afford like the paid version of Minecraft. And it was great that my students had the opportunity to have free licenses with like their student emails, as well as staff has free licenses with their work emails. And it was really cool that it was available not just on computers, but also as iPads and Chromebooks, which are very popular in classrooms, as well as students' mobile devices. So it's a very free and accessible tool. And that's why I really wanted to use it, just so the student wants to go home, there's a good chance that they can continue their work in Minecraft education at home. And that accessibility and equity is super important to me with Minecraft in the classroom. Okay, so the story of my adventures with Minecraft, it began with my Minecraft club that I started when we went remote in 2020 due to the pandemic. I had this idea of starting an after school club using Minecraft education. And it was really mainly, like I mentioned earlier, for social emotional learning. I wanted students to have a place to like de-stress and relax and socialize with each other during a time where students really couldn't meet each other face to face. And so my idea was just simply, all right, once a week we'll meet in a Minecraft server using Minecraft education for a couple of hours and during that week. And it gives the opportunity for students to play with each other, socialize, and relax after those unprecedented times. And that's how I got started here. And if I'm being really honest, like the idea of playing video games with my students and getting paid for it was very great. Like, who doesn't want to do that for a job, right? And through that experience, I really learned how like passionate these kids were with Minecraft, as well as the impact it had on them, and going forward the impact on me. So it's just really cool that this started off as like a small after school club, and then it became so much bigger, which we'll show you in the coming slides. And if you can see on the slide, just a little QR code as well as our link tree. It has all the stuff about us that's been written over the years, like articles. We've been in the news, our social media, everything is all there. Podcast episodes. If you ever want to check that out, feel free to check out that link as well as the QR code. So the story with this Minecraft club, it started off with our little survival world, and what we did initially was we hosted virtual events and within our survival world, and it was really cool because we didn't have these opportunities to do this in person. It was still remote, and we were still in lockdown. So it was cool to see students gathered in like the town square that they built and like participate in these activities. Like we had a Thanksgiving feast in Minecraft, and our school would normally host that in person, but we couldn't. So having that in Minecraft, it was really nice for the kids to experience that, as well as like doing like holiday parties before winter break or celebrating the Lunar New Year. It was really cool to see like students like actively participating in like these virtual events. At the time, like we were just having fun, and like we had no idea like the impact it would have on us, and it was just great to see how enthusiastic they were to play. And I remember they would constantly beg to play more and more, and I would always limit it to just like a couple hours a week. And then it was really cool because when we transitioned back into in-person learning the following school year, we had to start promoting our club for new members and let the school know what we're about and everything. And my students started to design posters for our Minecraft club. And this was really cool. And this is one of the things I want to emphasize. Like, this is now starting to go outside of the game. Students are developing like graphic design skills using their passion for Minecraft. So use, as you can see on the slide, a couple of posters designed by one of my students, and I believe she's now actually majoring in college in graphic design. So it's really cool that she was able to pursue this passion with these Minecraft posters and hone in on those graphic design skills and develop those technical skills using like whatever tools she found online. I believe these were like done in like Canva and Adobe. So it was really cool to see like students developing skills outside of the game and how they translated, and really amazing. And she did amazing work for this. And another thing that my students were focusing on outside of the game was like charity fundraising. So we had this idea of raising money for a charity called Block by Block. And those of you that are unfamiliar, Block by Block is actually a Minecraft charity where they help impoverished countries learn more about urban planning and like public design, and they have them build it within Minecraft in order to help them build it in real life. And it was a really cool charity, and like it really aligned with the work that we do, and you'll see some of that in the future slides. And it was really cool. So the students would take like perler beads and they would make like these cute little designs for keychains of like different Minecraft characters and items, like you can see like the mushroom or like the fox or axolotl or watermelon. And it was really cool because now they were like selling these to raise money for this charity in order to help people in other countries. And it was just really great because, like, again, this is going outside of the game. And now like other teachers in our school are really interested in this. They see me as like the Minecraft guy is what they like to call me, like teachers and students at the halls. And they want to get involved now too, and they want to learn how to use this in their own classrooms. So we started providing professional development for teachers at our school in order for them to learn how to play the game and how to then incorporate it into their own classes. So we helped out a bunch of different teachers. We helped out like chemistry teachers use it for their chemistry classes, because Minecraft education has like specific chemistry tools and lab equipment, as well as math teachers in order to help them teach like algebra and arithmetic. And like I mentioned earlier, English teachers with like their unit on dystopian societies. And what was really cool about this was it wasn't just me like leading these professional development sessions, but it was also my own students in my Minecraft club that were leading these. So it's really cool. Like I said, it really leverages student expertise and lets them become the teachers and like leaders in the classroom. So having them talk about something that they're passionate about and helping out their own teachers with it is just very powerful. And then the big thing we did in that year as well, this was now we're in like in 2022, was called the New York City Net Zero Challenge, where there was a citywide build challenge where the theme was to redesign New York City to be sustainable and equitable. And with this challenge, there was a lot of work that went involved into my students making the build for this. And rather than just talk about it, I think it'd be cooler if you saw the video. So Microsoft at this point heard a lot about us, and they were very interested in learning more and getting our story out there. So with this Net Zero Challenge, they actually filmed it into like a short documentary and case study. And it was really cool to have like my students like, be mic'd up and like sitting in front of a camera and like being filmed about like their adventures with Minecraft. So I'm going to play the video right now, and it's really great. March 2020, after the pandemic and we all went remote, I get this random notification saying Microsoft is offering Minecraft Education Edition free to all students. And I was like, we only have a couple of months left now, but I want to plan this out for next year. And that's what I did. I started the Minecraft Club, and my goal initially with this club was students need to have a place to de-stress and relax and just have a good time. That's all my goal was, and Minecraft Club became something so much bigger than that. The last time I played Minecraft was in high school in 2014. It was a foreign experience to me coming back into Minecraft after all these years. That's the beauty of Minecraft Education Edition. It leverages student expertise and they can become the teachers. And that's what we've been doing. All right, so I'm gonna let my lovely Minecraft team take care of this professional development. So take it away, team.
When our teachers allow the students to know more than them about something, that's powerful. The teachers have the pedagogy. They know what the chemistry standards are. They know what they have to teach all year long and where the students need to rise. But if the students know technology a little bit better than they do, the teacher allowing that to happen and the students to teach them something or to embrace the technology in their classroom, that's truly powerful.
I love the game, but I'm new.
So it starts inside the club with their problem solving, right? Which is a huge real world thing for them to work on and to figure out. And we leave them with that. We don't give them answers, right? Then the facilitation is, okay, what can we do with this to make this bigger outside of the walls?
It's really hard in a classroom where it's just PowerPoints and lecture to really teach kids to care about the environment. So the idea for getting the Minecraft Club involved in the beach cleanup, since they're researching the Net Zero Challenge, they need to go and wade in the creek, get those waders on, giving them that experience, that hands-on experience in the water so that they can understand what it's like to be in the creek, to see what they're going to be building in Minecraft is important.
All right, welcome John Dewey. Raise your hand if you've been to Kaiser Park before. All right, that's great.
Sustainability is not much without action, not only at the science level and the policy level, but also just community engagement as well. It's really the students themselves that are wanting more and more ways to engage in it, take action, and learn about it.
All right, Britt, put the oomph in there. Good job.
It's really important that the surface level knowledge goes much deeper and we're building for conceptual understanding and that students see themselves in green careers in the future.
We have 1,859 schools in New York City, like just the Department of Education. We are the largest public school district in the country. We're one of the largest, if not the largest in the world. So if you can do it here, you can kind of do it anywhere.
We're bringing the interests to them rather than having them just do some lesson on sustainability. Having it involved in Minecraft, it's going to get students a lot more interested. It's going to have them way more engaged than they normally would be. It's not just simply, let's recreate a building and then call it a day. Let's instead think about what can improve that building. What can we do to make it more sustainable?
Over here we have charging stations for electric cars because they're more sustainable for the environment. And here we have a lake with windmills for clean energy, and we have these litter robots that clean litter out of the lake.
I think that's one of the things I've seen them be most excited about is a lot of times in their climate lessons, they kind of only see the negative side, but the work we're gonna do in Minecraft allows them to really focus on the positives and be able to create their own climate solutions in a way that actually brings them more hope than fear.
Minecraft and these challenges bring a voice and choice to our students, which is really important. When students own their learning pathways, they'll put 10 times the amount of effort in, rather than if the teacher prescribes every step of the way what they're learning and what the end result is.
The more that we can inspire and motivate other groups of students from other schools, then we're rolling, and we're gonna actually make progress towards our climate goals. And the Minecraft Club, Dewey High School, That's it. That's like living it.
Yeah, so with the net zero challenge, if you weren't paying attention during that video at all, I'll briefly cover it again. No, but it was a really cool experience to have the students have like that hands-on learning that they wouldn't normally get within the classroom, and to have them go out into like their local creek and learn more about it was really cool. So that was essentially the first step of like designing this Minecraft build, and it was really fun to have them have that experience, and it was just great to see them like in a setting outside the classroom, but they were still engaged and learning. And then they took those ideas, they brought them back, they started brainstorming, and they just took my whiteboard completely and made up all their ideas. It's fine, I didn't have anything important on them probably, but yeah, it was really cool that they were like sketching designs and things like that for their builds, which is like one of the big things I also want to emphasize, like with like Minecraft build challenges, even if you are not tech savvy or not a gamer or like never even really played the game, there's so many different aspects of a build challenge where students can still participate with like the brainstorming, the researching, like coming up with designs and sketches. Like there's a whole lot to the design thinking process that goes beyond the game. And then once they have those ideas, they start collaborating and like modeling them in within the game. So like who's building what part and like what blocks do we use? And it was really cool to see like them discussing this not just with each other, but they were also wanted feedback from me on like whether something looks good or not. And like at this point, I kind of felt like the coach of the team, and it was really cool to like be in there with them in the Minecraft world and see them building this. And it was a really great experience just because like they were so passionate about this that they still wanted to work on this outside of the classroom. And like how rare is it for like a student where they actively want to work on like a project or an assignment outside of the classroom, and like they were working on this like at home, like at night, or like even like late at midnight, and like just building because they were just like so passionate about their ideas in redesigning New York City. And like it was shown in the video, just like highlighting some of the different parts of their builds. Just like a little fun fact, they built this entire like city block within about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. And it was really cool to see like them design different things, like a community center that addresses like health inequities and like food scarcity, or like a greenhouse, or like a hydroponic system. And it was just really cool for them to like build these things, and like they're just so passionate about what like they've learned. And this was like something that they probably wouldn't have really cared as much about if they just learned it in like a traditional classroom setting. But the fact that they're able to use a video game that they absolutely love just made it much more powerful and interesting for them. And then they took their build and they essentially created like a video presentation out of it where they walk you through each of the individual parts. And this was now like we were being so like serious and formal with it, where we're entering like symposiums and conferences with our build. They made like a trifold poster board out of it about like their experiences and like the data that they found that helped inspire their build. And this was just really cool to see now, because now we're in like much more formal settings, and we took something that was essentially just a video game at first, which people don't take as like seriously usually, but we were helping to legitimize game-based learning. And this was at Governor's Island, where with the Billion Oyster Project, which is a nonprofit organization that helps like people learn about like marine and coastal life within New York City. And it was really cool to see this. And like funny enough, actually, when the kids were like at the symposium right across from us, there was a little kid who was also doing something with Minecraft. So it was really cool to see like other schools outside of our own involved in this. And it was just a really fun experience for them to have. And I think they actually won like an exemplary project award from their like research with at the symposium. And it was just great to see how much they were like how much success they were having. And like again, this started off as just like a small little club, and this was now starting to gain a lot of traction, not just within our city but also on like a like national and global level. And like our students are now like being showcased at like different events, like that little short documentary that Microsoft filmed. It was showcased at like a conference in Stockholm with like other world leaders, and it was like presented there what their findings about Minecraft education and game-based learning. As well as I had students present this to like the mayor of New York City as well as the president of Microsoft, and showcasing their build. And it was just really cool. And one thing I do want to also highlight is that right here on the right photo, one of my students is actually using the Xbox adaptive controller to show how accessible and equitable video games can potentially be. And this controller, I believe, was designed by a veteran who lost his limbs in a war and couldn't play video games with a traditional controller. So it was really cool that these games are still accessible for like all learners. And they took the video and also showcased at South by Southwest in 2023. So again, like having like this like global audience for a bunch of kids and their teacher with Minecraft was just like such a surreal experience. And like this was like something I never possibly imagined would have happened when I became like a teacher all those years ago. And now like my students like have this experience and it's like actually translating into like jobs for them and they're like entering the workforce. Right here on this slide, this is called Steam Champs, which is like an after school like camp for like the youth and like I believe like elementary school level. And what they were doing here was with like STEM related like activities, and it was really cool because my students now had like experience to like teach younger kids and like get paid for it with Minecraft, and it was just really cool. And like I've had like other students do like private tutors, like they did private tutoring for younger kids in like first grade and like help them learn about how to like use Minecraft in like an educational context. So it was really cool that their experience like in school is now translating into like jobs and most importantly money for them. As well as my students were now like talking about their experiences, and it was like showcased at the United Nations climate change conference a couple of years ago. And in this one, this was really cool where they were talking about a specific like map within Minecraft education. I believe it was called Frozen Planet 2, where they took the documentary and converted it into Minecraft into like a playable experience where you play as like different animals like a polar bear or penguin in order to learn about how climate change affects them. And this was a really cool thing because you usually see Minecraft, you're playing a character. You usually think of like a human or like Steve or Alex, but with this, they were playing as animals instead within Minecraft. And it was really cool that they were able to talk about their experiences and how much it helped them learn about climate change at like a global platform like this. It's just like so surreal. And now like other schools in our district are really interested in what we're doing, so they also want to get involved. So now our job is to help bring like Minecraft education into other schools, and it's been really great to see this because now like I'm taking my students with me on like trips to other schools in order to help like teachers learn how to get familiar with Minecraft. And it was just like a really great thing to see like students helping teachers. Like now it was, before it was just like in our school, now it's like outside of our schools. And what we did here was like we visited a couple of times. On the first visit was just to like present Minecraft education to the teachers at this elementary school in Manhattan in order to get them familiar with it and like address any like potential tech issues and things like that. And then on the second day, we like pushed into their classrooms, and I believe this was we were working with a class of second graders and then also a class of fourth graders, and we were doing like a little activity within Minecraft where they were building like a virtual world within the game, and like they had a virtual neighborhood, and each student had like a different plot of land within the neighborhood, and they were like building their own little houses, and it was really cool to have like my students teach younger students on how to use Minecraft for this kind of activity. And it's really great to see that other schools are very, very interested in this idea of Minecraft and how it can be used for a lot of different things. Because right now we're using it for like social emotional learning with these kids and helping them get familiar with each other within the game. It's kind of like a little fun icebreaker. And now the big thing I want to talk about is with the Minecraft Battle of the Burrows competition. So this right here, to give you a little context, the Battle of the Burrows competition is a citywide esports competition uh, in Minecraft education. And the way it works is it's spread out over several months. There's multiple rounds. The first round, our students are given like a theme or prompt. It's usually tied to New York City and possibly redesigning a specific building, or there's like a more general prompt of like sustainability and equity and like community and cultural responsiveness. And they had about a few months to work on this with their team of like 5 students. and they had to design a build addressing the theme and prompt, and then they have to make a video out of it where they present their build and like they edit out a video and like they write a script and everything like that. And after round one, the top 5 teams in each borough of New York City compete with each other. So, for example, my school's located in Brooklyn. So after round one, my team of 5, after they had advanced, would compete against 4 other teams in order to represent the high school division for Brooklyn in the Battle of the Boroughs. And it was really cool because now like we're competing against other teams and other schools live in front of each other. And after that, the semifinals, we were like crowned the Brooklyn champions, and now we had to compete one more time at the championships against the 4 other boroughs. So my team was representing Brooklyn, and now we had to compete against teams from Manhattan, Queens, Staten Island, and the Bronx. And this was really cool now because now it's like, as you can see, like on the right side for the championships, and the left side is the semifinals. Like the legitimacy, like it's like such a professional setup. They're like sitting down in gaming chairs and like desktops, and like they're playing in front of a live audience as well as judges, and they have some time to prep. So with the way it works with the championships is you get the theme right before the competition begins. You have about 45 minutes to prep and research with your team, and then about another 45 minutes to build live in front of everybody, as well as we have like commentators as well as like interviews going on. And they had like a little fair in the back with like different like vendors as well as like different like gaming companies. So it was really cool because now it's like providing opportunities. Even if you're not a player, you can still be there as an audience member and participate in like these game opportunities in New York City. And it was just such a cool experience. And it was like very stressful for my students, but like it was so surreal, and it was something that like we've never really seen before. We took a video game like Minecraft and made it into esports in New York City. And it was just really cool to see. And like what ended up happening at that championships in 2023 was that my students actually won the championships, and it was so great. And like they presented in front of the judges as well as a live audience, and their build focused on like a cultural center building where each different floor had food from different parts of the world, as well as like they had like solar charging stations for vehicles to address sustainability. And they presented this, and it was so great. And I remember that day my Apple Watch told me like my heart rate was over like 200 beats per minute because I was just like so nervous and stressed, like oh my god. And but it was so great, yeah. And like they got this giant trophy, as well as each of the members on the team got an Xbox for winning. And for me, they gave me like a Nintendo Switch and like gaming chairs and tables for my classroom. And it was really cool that now like students are able to take Minecraft education and use it in like a competitive experience. But the thing about it is like it's a lot different from like traditional esports that we've seen. It's not like two like teams just fighting against each other, but rather I always switch between these two terms, use whichever one you prefer. This was collaborative competition or competitive collaboration. And they were essentially working together as a team, building something, and they were getting judged and rated on how effectively they collaborated with their team in order to design this build. So it wasn't like they were fighting each other like in like other modes or like player versus player combat or anything like that. So it was really cool to see this in like a school setting. And what I do want to emphasize with like esports and educational settings, as well as like Minecraft in Minecraft esports, is like there's a lot of different aspects to it, and like and how it can help students. So like one of the big things is like communication. So like the students can communicate in like a whole bunch of different ways. They can use like game terminology, slang, memes, voice chat, video chat, in-game pings, and like effective communication in esports requires them to be like clear, respectful, and responsive. So it helps them build those skills while they're competing in these like competitions and tournaments. And adaptability is another big thing. Like if they want to be competing at a high level, they have to be adaptable. Like their strategies or whatever they're working on, they need to be able to adjust them in real time. And because anything can happen during the game, like let's say for example they're building something and they realize like, oh, like this looked good in theory, but maybe this block isn't ideal for the actual build. So they need to think about this and like, what should I change this to? So they need to like learn the flow of the game and adjust any of their plans on the fly and adapt their approach based on their trust in each other's abilities. As well as like with these competitions, there's a shared responsibility The outcome of these competitions relies on the collective performance of the entire team. There's no like one person that's like solely responsible or carrying the team. It's like a group effort. And this essentially helps foster a sense of shared responsibility and accountability. And students learn to take ownership of their roles and understand how their actions might impact their team success. So, in a competition like this, one student might become more of like the designer and the other might become more of the builder. And then we might have someone who wants to be the presenter for the judges. So, but these all are important roles and they work together and they have a shared responsibility. As well as sportsmanship is also really big with this. So like esports competitions, we know they can be like super intense, but it's important to foster a healthy and respectful environment. And students learn to deal with wins and losses gracefully and support their teammates and congratulate their opponents as well. This really helps build a sense of like sportsmanship and a big aspect of teamwork that translates well into other competitive environments. So having like good sportsmanship, I always say is very key. And lastly, this is such an adorable photo. Emotional intelligence is like also something that they help develop within these esports competitions, where they help develop skills like empathy, self-regulation, and effective management of like their relationships and dynamics with their team members. Like empathy helps them to understand and share the feelings of with their teammates with while like self-regulation is very important for maintaining composure under pressure because these kids they are under a lot of pressure already and then putting them into like a tournament or championship like this it can be a lot of pressure on them so it's important that they help to like develop their emotional intelligence and this is like a great way to do that and like it was really cool because now like a lot of like media and attention was on us and we were actually like featured in our local news and a bunch of different channels as well as like different articles were written about us and it was really cool to see that and I just want to show you a little clip from one of our local news stations about this.
Students across the 5 boroughs showing off their best Minecraft skills as they prepare for a Battle of the Boroughs esports competition.
That's right. It is a fun and immersive way for students to show how they could make the city more sustainable by creating most future-ready city spaces. Fox 8's Kendall Green has more on this competition.
I did not expect this club to blow up as much as it did. I thought it was just going to be, oh, me and my students playing video games for fun. And then we saw how passionate they were.
That passion translates in the classroom at John Dewey High School, where students are buzzing with excitement, their eyes fixed on the video game Minecraft. It's a little work towards a friendly competition.
You gain a lot of teamwork and like preparation skills, so using that, you can like think of stuff like easier.
Senior 8th Finch is looking forward to returning to the 3-round elimination style esports competition for the Mayor's Cup Saturday. It's all in partnership with Minecraft Education, C40's Reinventing Cities initiative, and the Battle of the Boroughs. Finch feels if they win it all, he and his classmates are walking away with more than just a trophy.
Doing stuff in Minecraft increases your problem solving because you have to decide what works here, what works there, what do I need to get rid of, what do I need to add, stuff like that.
The Battle of the Boroughs competition Saturday is designed to engage young New Yorkers in shaping the city's future by creating the most inclusive, futuristic city spaces. They're given a prompt, then they get less than an hour to create, design, and impress the judges with their presentations, using the free and accessible game they've all grown to love.
They think it's just a game, but it's game-based learning. There's so much you can do with Minecraft and video games in the classroom. It really helps hone their leadership skills, teamwork, collaboration, problem solving. It pretty much is doing all the good work that we love to see in the classroom.
Kendall Green, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, so that was a really cool experience for my students to just have like a news crew come into our classroom and start interviewing us and like watch us play Minecraft. That was a really fun and like it was. I remember like right after the news crew left and they told us it would be on air in a couple of hours. Like my students stayed after school with me so we could like watch it live on like the smart board. And it was just a really cool experience to see like their work be recognized by like the news and media.
Students across the 5.
Oops, there you go. Okay. Yeah. And then one of the big things that my students did a few months ago is actually this was at a EdTech conference called ISTE, and they had a Minecraft competition called Battle on the Rocks. And what was really cool about this was This was not on our like citywide New York City level. Instead, this was at a national level. So now we were the team representing New York City, and we were competing against like teams from other states like Colorado, California, as well as like a virtual school. And this was really cool now. So like we got to like travel out to this competition, which was hosted in Denver, and it was really cool again, like to see like this being taken seriously and it being a legitimate esport for my students, and the whole audience was like watching them on like this national stage competing against like teams from around the country. And it was just a really cool experience to have like my students like travel for an esports competition. And like this again was also something that I could have never imagined, to just like travel and like do this with my students. It feels like we're like those professionals that you see like on like a Twitch like esports championship. Like that's basically what this felt like. And like a couple months ago, like we were invited to the United Nations General Assembly, and this was really interesting because they actually reached out to us, and they essentially like Googled Minecraft New York City and saw a lot of work that we did pop up, and they really wanted us to have like a student speak about their experiences. So that's what we did, where we had a student of mine who like was involved in Minecraft education speak about their experiences at the United Nations General Assembly event. And it was really cool to have the students speak, and they're an underclassmen. They're just a sophomore, so about like 15 years old, talking in front of like world leaders about like their experiences with Minecraft. And it was just really amazing. And like to have them have this opportunity, like hone on like their speech and leadership skills in front of like a huge audience, it was just really great to see. As well as we were also featured in like Time Magazine back in October. They released a special Minecraft edition of the magazine highlighting the game over the past 15 years. And there was an article titled "The Game That Teachers Welcome into the Classroom" that featured an interview with like me and my experiences with it. So it was really cool that like all this came from me starting an after school club during the pandemic 4 years ago. And now it's just essentially blown up from there. And I think the big thing I do also want to say, besides like talking about just my story, I think the big thing a lot of people might be wondering is like, how do I get started with this? So whether you're an educator or a student or somebody who might know someone who would be interested in seeing this in your school, the big thing is like, how do I even get started with something like this? So my general advice for this is definitely check in with the IT and admin at your school, see like tech wise you're all good and everything is like whitelisted in order to play Minecraft education, as well as that you have the approval of your admin to do something like this, and as well as check if you already have access to it for free. 'Cause if you do, you definitely want to take advantage of it. And gather and survey student interest is another big thing, where you definitely want to see what students are interested in. So Minecraft, like I mentioned, very open ended, so you might have students interested in a whole lot of things, whether it's like PvP, or they want to do building competitions, or play in like a survival world and do something more collaborative. Definitely see where your students' interests lie and try to lean in on those. But if you want them to explore other things as well within the game, that's totally possible. And as well as join Minecraft educator communities. There's a lot of different ones out there. When I started out, I was just being by myself and my students. So when I had like an issue, I didn't really know who to go to. But now I'm so aware of like all the different like educator communities out there. And it's really important to like join those just in case you have any issues or you want any feedback on anything. There's so many people that are like really passionate about game-based learning and like Minecraft education. There's definitely someone out there who's willing to listen, as well as reaching out to local organizations. And a lot of people, when they think about something like this and local organizations, they might think it has to be something related to video games. It doesn't necessarily have to be that. The big thing is with these local organizations, it could be gaming related or non-gaming related. Like for example, with that case study video, we worked in partnership with the Billion Oyster Project in order to have students have the opportunity to go out to the local creek and seine in the water. They're not tied to any like gaming entity or anything like that, but they're really interested in giving students that opportunity. So definitely reach out to any local organizations that might be willing to help provide some experiences for your students related to Minecraft or not related. You never know how it might connect. And also the fact that using Minecraft in the classroom, like it's a relatively new concept. And I feel like if you pitch it to an organization, they're definitely going to want to get their hands on it because it's like a hot, fresh new idea. So there's definitely going to be interest out there for something like this. And yeah, these are like good ways to get started. But as always, if you have any questions about this, always feel free to reach out to me. And I just want to say thank you all for listening to my talk. It's been great. I hope you've enjoyed the rest of the talks and showcases from earlier today. I would love to look at the Twitch chat right now and check out if there's any like questions that you would love for me to answer. And if you want to check out our Minecraft Club's link tree, the QR code and URLs right there, feel free to peruse that. And if you have any questions or anything, feel free to reach out. So let's see if there's any questions. Okay, I see from Camzers we have who's my favorite Minecraft mob. You can definitely tell which of these questions are from my students. My favorite Minecraft mob. Good question. I like the snow golem. I feel like that's not a popular choice, but got a nice face to it. It's pretty chill looking. No pun intended. Ezra 705 has a great question. How do you handle the pressures of being the Minecraft guy? Yeah, that's a really good question. I know a lot of my students see me as like constantly being stressed out with like a lot of the work that we do in Minecraft. So like all these like activities that we do, it takes a lot of planning. But I think the big thing there is just like I tell my students, like it doesn't have to solely just be on you. There's a whole community and like social network and people that can help you, as well as like leaning on like admin for support as well as your coworkers. It's definitely vital in order to help you stay sane with all this stuff. So like for example, I'm planning like a field trip within a couple of days with some of my students to go to like a esports lounge for a press event related to Minecraft. And there's a lot of paperwork that needs to be done for something like that. And like my admin's really supportive. So they have somebody take care of that just so I can work on other parts of the field trip, like making sure like I know which students are going and things like that. So like handling stuff like that is definitely lean on others when you need that support. Cause again, this could be a very daunting task, especially if you aren't familiar with Minecraft education. But there's a whole lot of people out there who are definitely willing to help. We have a lot of exciting comments in the chat. People are saying it's very inspiring. That's nice. I'm glad you all liked it. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. Could your younger self ever imagine doing something like this? That is a great question. I'm gonna have to say no. I never imagined doing something like this. Like I started playing video games when I was like 4 years old. I think my first game that I played was Pokemon Stadium on the Nintendo 64, and I went into college majoring in chemistry, and then my master's degree was in adolescent science education. So I thought I would just be just a random chemistry teacher for most of my life. So my younger self never really anticipated anything like this. So it really goes to show you that like one little thing can like really change the tide in your life. And it's just been really great. Like go back like 5, 6 years ago, I would have never anticipated something like this or like doing anything in this capacity because prior to this, I've only really played video games as a leisurely activity. But now to do it on like a professional level and have it be like what people know me for, it's just been really great. But I would never believe if I was younger, like going back to my younger self, they would never believe that something like this would be possible. We have another question from EDU Gamer Gal, who I know. What's your advice for teachers who are a little more hesitant or uncertain about trying out video games? Yeah, that's actually a great question, and get that one a lot. My general advice, like I mentioned, is it's okay if you are hesitant or you're like scared if you don't know every single thing about a specific video game. See where your students' interests lie. They're definitely going to be interested in something like this, leverage their expertise. And there's like a whole plethora of evidence out there on how this can be very, very successful in the classroom, just like on this link tree right here, as well as just like a bunch of different other games. And there's a whole lot of educators that are also doing things like this. So I think seeing them and seeing the amazing work that they're doing you should remember that everyone who started with this and was successful, they were once in that position of being really hesitant or unsure or scared about doing something like this. I definitely was, like, years ago, with, like, when this was, like, expanding out. So yeah, I think it's important to remember that, like, that first step that you take, it's going to be the scariest one, but once you're past that hurdle, it's definitely going to be much smoother sailing from there on out. Yeah, I agree with Ezra that video games are very impactful. And as you've clearly seen during this talk, they've been very impactful on me and my students. Hey, I think that's all the questions so far. And everybody who was watching this, again, thank you for watching this. Whether you're a colleague of mine or a student or somebody who doesn't know me at all, thank you so much for taking the time on a Sunday night to watch this talk. And I really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody who helped give me this opportunity, especially Hand Eye Society and everybody that was involved. And I hope you enjoy the rest of this festival. Thank you so much. Have a good day and goodbye.
All straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we wanted, we can do it. All straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we wanted, we can do it. All straight, no sweat. All straight.
Inside every creator lies a guiding star, a unique vision waiting to illuminate the world. At Stella Maris, we're not just a partner, we're your compass. With tailored mentorship, essential tools, and unwavering support, we nurture your brilliance. Discover your path, unleash your creativity, and let your star shine brightly.
Well, this is the end, beautiful friends. That is the end of the Super Festival Super Show. 7 days, so many amazing games and talks, and now I need to find the time to play them all. Thank you to everyone who's been tuning in over the last 7 days. We hope you enjoyed these talks and games, and that you learned a lot along the way. We also hope you made sure to check out all the games featured in this year's festival, made by the amazing and diverse creators from around the world. And of course, thank you to our wonderful roster of amazing speakers. We hope you found some new favorite indies to follow and support. Whether you followed the Hand Eye Society for a while or are just hearing about us now, we thank you for supporting any aspect of Super Festival this year. Be sure to check us out at handeyesociety.com and follow us on Twitch, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Itch, and YouTube. We do events, programs, and calls for submissions throughout the year, so be sure to sign up for our newsletter on our website, join our Discord, or learn how to make games with us by signing up for one of our online workshops to support our work. And if you like what we do, consider donating. You can make a one-time donation or register to become a paid Hand Eye Society member. Your donations and support helps us continue to run valuable programs for the game dev community. Finally, one last shout out to our amazing Super Festival super sponsors. Thank you to Ontario Creates, the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, the Toronto Arts Council, the Ontario Arts Council, and the Canada Council for the Arts, as well as our studio sponsors Clever Endeavor and Stella Maris. Additionally, special thanks to Bachow Chow for this year's Super Festival art, as well as Aaron Demeter for once again assisting in our stream production. Additionally, thank you to all the staff at the Bridge venue for helping us during the Hand Eye Society Ball. We hope that you continue to join us at the Hand-Eye Society as we continue our mission of advancing games as an art form, getting people into game development, and spreading the joy of games throughout Canada and around the world. Thank you all for watching. Stay safe, play games, and I hope to see you all soon. Take care, and thank you once again for coming to Super Festival. Bye!